This is Trend Following Radio, where great thinking comes alive. Nobel Prize winners, legendary traders, best-selling authors, and the pros that know what drive us irrational human beings. I am your host, Michael Covel. Not filtered, raw, honest. That's my passion. A public service announcement. My newest edition, essentially a brand new book, Trend Following, is out now. This is almost 700 pages. Someone asked me the other day, they said, Mike, I have your 2004 edition. Do I have to buy the new one? I'm like, man, this is not the same book. No way, no how. Every line has been updated or improved. And that first edition, maybe 80,000 words total. Newest edition, 230,000 words. And that original 80,000 words or so for the 2004 edition, I probably changed 30 to 40,000 words of that. Now, don't get me wrong. Trend following is trend following is trend following. And yes, there will be some commonality. But trust me, it's a different book. Jump in, take a look, take a read, and find that aha moment. And plus, let's face it, buying the newest 2017 edition of Trend Following supports this podcast, keeps me going, keeps the capitalism flowing. Guaranteed, there is no way you can be disappointed in this new edition. Now, let me get into introducing briefly the guests that I have selected for this mega eclectic episode. First, Douglas Emlen. He's the author of Animal Weapons, The Evolution of Battle. This is a fascinating guy and a fascinating topic. I'm not telling you anything more, just listen. On the heels of Doug comes Toby Crable, one of my favorites, somebody who gave me time, personal time a long time ago, and really provides fantastic insights into the shorter term trading philosophy and technique. One of the masters. Pay attention. My third guest on this eclectic episode, Robert Aumann, Nobel Prize winner, game theory. Do I need to say more? No, just listen. My fourth guest, Ryan Holiday. Ryan is a media maven. If there is anyone that I would want to consult on messaging, media, just how the world works in 2017, the online world works, I would want Ryan's opinion, 100%. My fifth guest, Sally Hogshead. Her book, Fascinate, is fascinating. This woman is fascinating. She brings an absolutely great perspective for anyone that needs to make a dent in the consciousness out there. You want to sell something? You want to get a message across? Sally has a great perspective. And finally, my final guest, Michael Mauboussin, somebody who definitely helped me out early in my career. In fact, on my first edition of Trend Following, he gave me permission to use certain passages of his. I've had a chance to interview Michael many times, including for my film. He is a spot-on thinker. He sees the world, a strategist like not many other on Wall Street. Now let me go ahead and jump right into the first episode of this mega eclectic collection. Hey, Doug, how are you?
I am well. I just saw your message about 10 minutes ago. I'm sorry.
No. I didn't know when you were on, so sometimes people like to start earlier. I'm easygoing about it.
So it's late at night your time, huh? Or 13 hours later, anyway.
Yeah, it's 9:15 here. 9:15.
Wow.
But I've gotten used to it, because I've been doing the podcast from first year from the States, San Diego, and then the last 2 years in Asia. So I've got to actually kind of like doing the
the nighttime podcast because like having a conversation with someone, you just call someone up and chit chat. And
so what moved you to Asia? I mean, I read up a little bit on you just a couple minutes ago. It sounds like you've only been over there a couple of years. Is it because of investments in marketing stuff?
I was doing a speaking tour in 2013, and it was supposed to be extended like 4 months. And when it was over, I was supposed to go back to San Diego, and I was like, I really don't feel like leaving.
Wow, cool.
So that's
I'm just
simple.
Curious because most of my research is on rhinoceros beetles these days, genetics and genomics of weapons, and looking at rhino beetles, and a lot of the rhino beetle diversity is right over where you are. So we do field work in Japan. We have a lot of colleagues in Japan. We're talking about sampling populations across Asia. It's a part of the world I haven't been to. I mean, I've been in Japan for 2 days. That's it. All my other stuff is Africa, Central South America. So I'm really curious to see it.
I tell you what, in terms of Vietnam, I do know there's some biodiversity in areas of Vietnam that have basically been untouched. Even with all the conflict, believe it or not, there's just, mature, deep jungles that are just, land of the lost kind of place,
Yeah, I like those kinds of places.
I imagine you do.
Those are the places they seek out. So,
well, have you heard about the cave in Vietnam?
I have not.
They've just found the largest cave in the world. There's actually a jungle growing inside the cave, or part of it collapsed. You should just Google largest cave in the world in Vietnam. It'll come up. It's insane. I mean, for a guy like you, it's probably like a field day of things that no one's ever seen.
Exactly. When you get things that are isolated like that, you can get all kinds of diversity that's sort of unmatched anywhere else in the world. Neat. No, I'd never heard of it.
Yeah.
So.
And what's funny too is you talk about the diversity, and we move into this subject we're going to talk about today. And I was thinking to myself, and I didn't even know where to start. I've literally got like 7 pages of notes in front of me, because you kind of are going wide and deep in a lot of different areas in animal weapons. But I thought for me, I was just thinking about the subject and where you ultimately start to draw parallels. And we're going to work our way back to the dung beetles to the beginning. But I was thinking, wow, America saw what happens during, for example, Pearl Harbor with the Japanese, kind of this, all the biggest ships in the world sitting targets. And then you saw what happened in terms of fighting in Vietnam, where you show up with all the traditional troops and traditional types of fighting a war. And then all of a sudden, the people they're fighting say, oh, we don't want to fight like that. We're going to cause you problems with a different style of fighting. And so I couldn't help but think, as I'm going through your book on animal weapons,
sure,
the parallels are just right there staring at you in the face.
I think the parallels are everywhere. And these are the sneak tactics, right? I mean,
right.
These are the, if you can't play by the rules, break the rules. And asymmetric warfare like that, we were the asymmetric, or the guerrillas during the Revolutionary War.
Right, exactly.
I mean, we refused to face the Brits on an open field of battle under conventional rules, and I think that this is the problem we face today as a military, pretty much wherever we go. I mean, we're dealing with pipe bombs and IEDs and suicide bombers and non-conventional warfare, because nobody else has the infrastructure or the costly weapons to sort of match us toe to toe. And if you want to talk sneaking, the problem, I'm happy to go off in any direction, and the worst I'm going to do is piss people off with some of these ideas. But the things that scare me the most, and I don't know if I dare go there. Are you recording right now?
Sure.
Okay, maybe I'll shut up before.
No. Seriously, go where you were to go. If you say something bad and we don't like it afterwards, we'll snip it and tell the audience that you said something too controversial.
Yeah, well, we can come back to the dung beetles and start with the biology and build up from first principles. It's just that once you start making these parallels, it's hard to stop. And so a couple of the scary things that emerged from this work for me, one of them was realizing that the political confrontations on the world landscape, if you will, that based on animals, we would predict would be the most dangerous, the ones that are the most likely to escalate, are matched rivalries between opponents that are sort of toe-to-toe, face-to-face, and relatively evenly armed, and relatively sort of even in terms of economies and the amount that they can afford to invest into militaries. And so it makes some very quick predictions about hot spots on the globe where you've got rivals, potentially with weapons of mass destruction at their disposal, that are sort of going face to face. And it also makes predictions about the United States and who the most likely next big rival would be. And it's a country that I would personally prefer that we not enter into an arms race with. But all arrows point to China as the only other place out there that has the potential within the near future to match us toe to toe in this kind of a one-on-one face-off, this type of a duel. That, again, if we're going to take our lessons from animals, the lesson we learn is that's exactly the kind of confrontation that has the greatest potential to spiral out of control. So as a this isn't my realm, but it scares me when I look at the political stage and I sort of figure out what the chess pieces are likely to be. And the other thing I have to point out, you're talking about sneaky strategies, the sort of asymmetric things that we faced, the United States troops faced in Vietnam, and that the Soviets faced in Afghanistan, and that we face now in parts of the Middle East. The other sneaky strategy that nobody's talking about, or at least they're not talking about in this context, the one that really makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck, is cyber hacking. That is like the ultimate insidious sneak. And there's evidence now that again, it comes to all arrows point to China, but that there are hackers that are infiltrating our military infrastructure and our software systems that we need to fly our fighter planes, or to navigate our aircraft carriers, or to guide our missiles. And that's interesting, because you can have these incredibly sophisticated, expensive weapons that are amazing in what they're capable of, and then you can have essentially a shoestring budget style sneak strategy that worms its way in there and completely undermines the effectiveness of these most state-of-the-art weapons. And there's all kinds of little hints that this is happening, but I don't think people are sort of connecting the dots that way, and it scares the daylights out of me.
In defense of China, to play devil's advocate, I would hazard a guess that they are not the only ones involved in cyber espionage. I'm sure we are too.
Point taken. Point taken.
I'm sure. And I tell you what, there's something else interesting too that I want to bring up, and then we're going to work back to the animals. I had a guest on last year, early '80s, won the Nobel Prize in game theory, a guy named Robert Aumann, and we got to talking about the Cold War. And he said, and we started talking about, and again, this goes right into your work, started talking about that, to avoid the war, you can't just yell peace, okay? From his perspective, and this is a mathematical perspective, the game theory perspective, the John Nash perspective, was you have to be prepared to fight. And then when you are prepared to fight, when you are at the point where both sides know you're prepared to fight, then there's no war. And he pointed out, he said, 40 years, the USSR and USA had bombers in the sky 24/7 loaded with nukes. And that kept the peace. Now, of course, you and I can immediately say, well, God, that really sucks that we had to do that. But then again, that's our world, right? Isn't it? I mean, you can't put the genie back in the thing again. And so I thought it was interesting but doesn't that parallel right with the animal weapons?
And again, I should just add, it totally does. And I guess I have to add the caveat that, I don't come at this from that perspective. I come at this as a biologist, and I came at this from a family upbringing that is very anti-war. In fact, on one side of my family, going back to the 1600s, they were all Quakers. I mean, I don't come at this from a rah-rah big armies perspective at all. But there I was, pouring through the literature, looking at all these stories and animals, and that is exactly the conclusion that I came to as well. And it stunned me. I mean, it really shocked me that there I was as a scientist doing what we do as scientists and connecting the logical dots and drawing the patterns that we infer from the data that we collect. And that was the inescapable conclusion. And there are animal parallels. So
okay, let me give you one animal. Let me let you start with one animal, and then we're going to work back to the beginning with the dung beetles.
Perfect.
Go ahead and talk about the fiddler crab, and connect the fiddler crab to the Soviet and USA bombers in the sky 24/7, and they don't have to fight. And the fiddler crab is waving that big old claw, and generally they don't want to fight either, do they?
You got it. So fiddler crabs, I mean, they're the champions in terms of animal weapons. And most people can picture in their head at least roughly what these things look like. But just to put it into scale, these males have sort of two sets of arms or appendages coming off the front of their body. One of them is this little tiny one that they use to feed, and the other one is huge. It's this massive claw that they wave up and down and that they use in fights. And these claws are packed with muscle, and the males wrestle with these claws. The males invest 100% of their body weight in this weapon. That means they're doubling their body weight. They're producing a full copy of their body and carrying it around as a weapon. And by any metric you want to come up with, that's a staggering proportion of sort of material resources that are allocated to this weapon. So it's relative to body size, it's the biggest weapon of any animal ever. And these males are out there producing these huge claws. They're dragging these things around. These claws are expensive. They cost a lot of energy to make. They're dangerous for these guys to carry. They make them really obvious targets. They slow them down. I mean, imagine running with 150 pounds of gear stuffed in your arms. It slows you down. And so there's a price associated with these things. But these males invest all of this into the weapons because it helps them win fights over access to females. But where you're going with this is that these animals have these huge weapons, but they actually don't fight as often as you think that they would. They have tons of confrontations with rivals. Rival crabs face off in the sand by the thousands any given night on these beaches that are just covered with these crabs. But the males are waving them up and down as a signal. It's like this big billboard saying, I can clobber you. My weapon is bigger. And the males size each other up, and they line up against each other, and they wave their claws, and the guys with the smaller claws walk away. And they walk away for a good reason. It's because the size of the weapon accurately, honestly predicts the likelihood that the male is going to win. A male with a bigger weapon is in better condition, does have more resources able to pour into the conflict. Those are the guys that are most likely to win. And so what happens is all these fights end up getting resolved essentially peacefully, because the males will stand off and they'll wave and they'll bluster, and then the little guy walks away, and there's no fight and there's no injury. Nobody gets killed in the fray. And so there are a couple, you see this to some extent in lots of animals with weapons, that the bigger the weapons get, the more visible they become as a signal, the more honest they become as a signal of fighting ability, the more effectively they function as deterrents. And when you get to the animals like the fiddler crabs with the biggest weapons of all, most of their fights, really most of the contests end up not being battles. They're not dangerous. The other animal that's worth mentioning is the caribou, because caribou have the largest antlers relative to their body size of any vertebrate, of any sort of warm-blooded animal with a skeleton on the inside. And these guys hardly ever fight. One of my favorite studies that I came across pouring through the literature was this study that looked at like 11,000 contests between rival males. Only 6 escalated into knockdown, drag-out battle. So yeah, these are weapons. Antlers are weapons, and they can be used to fight, and the fights can be deadly. But because the antlers make good deterrents, good signals of fighting ability, and because it pays to pay attention to those signals, these animals with the biggest weapons are the most peaceful. They hardly ever fight. So yeah, it was a little scary to extrapolate that to our modern world and to try to come to the conclusion then that sometimes the best way to be safe is to have the most effective, the most expensive, the most state-of-the-art weaponry.
It's counterintuitive.
It is. Now there's problems, right? That works in principle. And it may mean that most of the time you're safe. But even in the animals, if you look closely, there are still situations where the confrontations precipitate out of control. And in those cases, the fights can be really, really bad because these guys are heavily armed. And so we always run that risk too. The idea is that we may be safer on average, and the majority of conflicts may be resolved without fights because we have really effective war-making capabilities and it works as a deterrent. But it doesn't mean that it always works. And if it ever breaks down, then there you are with these sort of stunning weapons and facing the reality of actually having to use them.
Okay, I'm going to get you to pause in the breaks down part on mass destruction weapons, and I'm going to come back to that at the end. But right now, what I want to do first is tell you one more thing about me, and then I want you to define something as we start.
Okay.
Back at my house in Virginia, I actually have a scale replica of a Triceratops skull and a scale replica of a T-Rex skull. So I didn't go as far as you did as a little boy never growing up, but
came pretty close, actually. That's awesome.
I've tried to stay close that I have these scale replicas, the price of cars in my house. But anyways, here's where I want you to go. I want you to define out of the gate for people an evolutionary biologist, which is what you are.
Okay. That's not where I thought you were going to go with the Triceratops and the T-Rex skulls.
Well, we could come back to that, but I want you to define. I haven't got you to define you yet first.
Well, yeah, because people have a right to know who is this guy and why is he talking about politics and militaries and things like that. I'm an evolutionary biologist. What that means is I study natural populations of organisms in their element. So in my case, it's beetles. I've studied a number of different species of beetles. I've studied them in Central America. I've studied them in South America, in Africa, all over the world. And I'm interested in diversity in animal morphology. So for me, that means the weapons. I have a soft spot for these sort of extreme structures, and I study animals that produce things that are sort of outlandish and disproportionate and they make these animals look like they should tip over or trip. And you look at they're like a Triceratops. You look at an animal like that and it's like, how is that possible? Well, as an evolutionary biologist, we study how is that possible. I look at what these traits function for in the wild. And I look at why individuals with, in my case, bigger weapons might perform better or might reproduce more effectively than other individuals with smaller weapons. So we're looking at the forces out there in natural populations that shape the turnover, if you will, among individuals and cause some individuals to succeed more than others. We're interested in why certain subsets of the population do better than others and why populations tend to change over time in the directions that they do. Why do some populations change in a direction where the weapons get bigger and bigger and bigger and other populations go in a different direction and the weapons disappear? As an evolutionary biologist, we're interested in the diversity. Why do some species have these traits and others not? And we're interested in the processes, the details of the things that unfold on the ground that cause those populations to diverge like that. And nowadays, it's a lot of genetics. I spend a lot of time looking at the genomes of these animals, looking at the developmental mechanisms that cause cells to grow into something like a weapon, and what kinds of physiological pathways and genes direct that development. And then if I want to know why one population has big weapons and another one has small weapons, I can sort of open the hood, if you will, look inside at what's going on in these animals, and we can start to get a sense, we hope to be able to get a sense for what types of mutations to what types of genes actually sort of spontaneously popped up in these populations that caused them to have different weapon shapes or sizes. And those animals then did differentially depending on their weapons. And these are the kinds of sort of historical events that unfolded to give you diversity in weapon form.
Doug,
so I wasn't ready for that question. I don't know if I articulated that clearly, but I'm interested in diversity. I'm interested in how populations change over time, why they change over time. And now we're at the level where we're really interested in the genes, the actual, sort of looking under the hood, the molecular biology processes that are unfolding that permit populations to change over time. In my case, it can be crazy things like animal weapons, but the phenomena that I study are no different than things that modern people studying evolution in medicine are studying. Why is it that a disease changes the way as it does? Why do we have to get flu shots every year? Because the flu virus evolves so rapidly that the vaccines we generate one year are ineffective at matching the strains of the virus that are out there the next year. That is one of the most rapid evolutionary phenomena anywhere. And so the kinds of things I study might be in the rainforest on beetles with horns, but they're actually the same things that people with the CDC are studying left and right to try to figure out where the next disease is going to come from and what direction it's going to evolve.
Pick an example of a particular arms race, an animal weapons arms race in your mind. Pick a fascinating one and lead me through I'm a nimble animal right now. I don't have any great armaments, but something starts to happen. So maybe there's a mutation in my brother. In my brother, he's got a little bit bigger something. And then maybe lead me through that process, pick an animal, and how that arms race starts to happen.
All right, I'm going to pick one of my favorite animals. It's one that most people don't spend a lot of their waking hours thinking about. It's the dung beetle. Everybody's heard of dung beetles. Many people have seen dung beetles. Most people haven't really thought about them, and most people are completely unaware of the kinds of weapons that some of these species have. So say you're a beetle, and if you're a male beetle, then everything in your world is about reproduction. I mean, your whole life flashes before your eyes, and whether you make it or not is entirely dependent on whether you're able to fight your way to access to a female. Well, if you happen to be a species of beetle that lives and fights inside a tunnel, and many of the dung beetles do this, right? They fly into cow manure or horse manure, whatever the particular type of dung might be. We study them in Africa. It could be elephant dung. You fly into a pile of elephant dung and you burrow through it. And then beetles tend to do one of two things. Some species carve a hunk of the dung off into a ball. They sculpt it into a sphere and they push it away from everything else as fast as possible. And just to get you into this scene, if you will, there's a lot of competition. You fly into a pile of elephant dung in the Serengeti, and you might have to face 50,000 rival beetles of all these different species that are all piling into this and all trying to carve that up and steal it and use it for themselves and use it to feed their own young. And so there's this intense pile of beetles all competing for this food source. So one way you get around the competition is you carve a ball and you push it away from everybody else as fast as possible. Well, if you do that, you're a male beetle, you carve your ball, you roll away with it, you're not going to get away unscathed. First of all, females are going to find the ball and go with you. That's great. That's like the whole story right there. If you can get a female to follow you with your dung ball, you get away from everybody else. You can mate with the female, bury that food, and everything is golden. Problem is all these other males are going to challenge you, and they're going to pile on top of you and pull at you and try to pull you off that dung pile. They're going to scramble around, and you're going to have 4, 5, 6 different beetles all fighting for this food source as you try to get it away. A different kind of beetle goes into that same elephant dung pile and instead of carving a ball, goes into a tunnel underground. So females of these species excavate burrows like tubes into the soil underneath the dung, and they pull the dung down into the tubes, and that's their way to get away from the competition. Well, if you're that kind of beetle, you go into one of these burrows and you plant yourself at the entrance and you block that entrance and you make sure no other males get in there. And now you've got the female inside the tunnel beneath you, and you're blocking the gate, so to speak, and none of the other rival competitor males can get by. So in both of these cases, you've got males fighting other males to get access to females. But that one difference in behavior makes all the difference in the world. So now say your mutation pops up, your brother or you in this case, and you've got a little knob on your body that's a bit bigger than it was before, something that, sticks out like a little itty bitty horn. Well, if you're fighting in a big scramble, that's not really going to do much. You can't brace yourself very well. There's no way to use that little knob like you would to open the lid on a soda bottle or something like that. You can't use it to pry very well. You're scrambling around out in the open. And if anything, agility is going to matter. And if that little knob you produce is actually pretty expensive, you wouldn't want to be wasting any resources on it because it's not going to do you any good. If that little knob, that mutation arises that makes a knob on a beetle that's inside a tunnel, then everything's different. I mean, basically, they're both dung beetles. They're in the same place. They're fighting over females. They're doing the same thing. But in this case, because you're in a tunnel and because you're blocking the tunnel, a knob like that gives you an edge because now you can block that tunnel better. Another beetle tries to force his way past you, and you've got a hook now, literally like a bottle top opener that you can use to grab onto the edge of his sort of shield, the thorax part of him, and pry him out. And if that knob gets even bigger, you can use it like the bars on a jail cell to literally block off the tunnel so that nobody else can push their way by. So here's a situation where you can push into the sides of the tunnel with your legs and lock yourself in there. And you can use that knob on your head, that horn, to pry or to twist or to block the tunnel. And so in that situation, having a little knob makes a huge difference. And in that particular situation, the males that tend to have the biggest knobs or the biggest horns are the ones that have an edge. And that's some of the stuff that we did and a number of other biologists have done. We've been able to watch tons of fights. And if you're fighting inside a tunnel, the bigger bodied beetle and the beetle with the bigger weapons, those are the guys that win. So males with longer weapons win. So what that means is that animal, because of that knob, has a better shot at protecting the tunnel, a better shot at mating with the female, a better shot at siring lots of offspring because he got access to the female. The next generation of that population, then offspring are going to inherit alleles or whatever it is about the genotypes of these animals that cause there to be that little knob. And that's going to be a little bit more common in the population than it was before. And those kids are going to do really well because they've got the bottle top opener. So when they get into fights, they do better than animals without that. And the next generation, their progeny are going to be even more numerous. And the next generation after that. And pretty soon, the population evolves. It turns over so that everybody now has that little knob. And now, say somebody comes up with a mutation that has an even bigger one. So now everybody's got a knob of some sort, but some of these males have really big ones those guys win over the ones with the smaller ones. Their kids are the ones that are the most numerous, and then their kids, and then their kids, and then very quickly the population moves. It sort of ratchets up a notch till the weapon's a little bit bigger.
I think of something else that comes up in the human population, and being in my mid 40s, I'm old enough to have watched the maturation of all the pro sports leagues, etc. And you don't need much of a pulse to be able to recognize names, and the number, I don't care whether you're white or black or what sport you're in, but the number of guys that were pro athletes when I was a teenager, my early 20s, that now are starting to have kids that are superstars as pro athletes. You know, look, there's nurture, there's nature. Not everybody's, not Michael Jordan, not every one of his sons has become the next Michael Jordan, but clearly there's something at play, and we don't talk about it. We don't talk about it.
I didn't prep for this, and I'll get the details wrong, but there is. So there's a number. I mean, so studies of human genetics are just, they're incredible these days. They're moving spectacularly rapidly, and we have more genomics resources for sort of understanding things at a genetic level in humans now than for anything else out there, for obvious and good reasons. And so what people are doing is they're scouring through the genome looking for, you know, mutations and variations in particular alleles of particular genes that seem to correlate with disease traits or with other types of traits that people are interested in. And they begin by trying to sort of form an association. They look for sort of a statistical match between a particular variant of a gene and being a really good athlete, for example, or having a propensity to a certain disease. And once they start making these associations, then the geneticists and again, evolutionary biologists can zoom in and start looking in mice and in other model systems. What happens if we perturb this gene? Do we change the traits that we care about? And they can start to come up with functional links between particular genes and particular traits. And I'm not going to remember the names of the genes in this case, but yes, there are studies now that are showing that there are particular variants of certain genes that affect the way your cells use oxygen, that make you more efficient. So for the same amount of circumstance or the same amount of air, some individuals are more efficient at using that oxygen than others. There are alleles that affect muscle properties. There are actually logical genetic underpinnings to why some people have really, really good athletic performance. And you know, it's not as simple as that, right? I mean, the kinds of things that make a sprinter are different from the kinds of things that make a marathon runner. And you look at a football field and you look at the body size and the muscle build and the differences among individuals. A lot of that is not inheritance of particular alleles. It's training and it's diet and it's other things that people do. But you can see pretty quickly that there are different types of traits that are specialized for or that perform especially well for particular functions, whether you're a running back or an offensive lineman. And again, some of that is going to be driven by training and by diet, but a lot of that, I think we're realizing the kinds of sort of predispositions to be really small and light and fast, or to be really big and bulky and wide, those kinds of things I won't be surprised at all if we can start to find really clear genetic underpinnings for. So no, there are loads of things you can start to look at in people where we can start to figure out, at least at some level, what genetic variation sort of predisposes people. But I want to be clear about something. If you're going to, that's again, this is, I'm going the directions you're taking me here, and that wasn't.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm just wandering around the playing field. I'm just looking under the hood and seeing what's there. What do you mean? I'm not leading you anywhere.
No, I didn't mean it that way. I just meant that I would have done my homework and I would have actually had the names of the genes in question.
Okay, listen. Okay, here's where I want to go next. Okay, so
I want to make one thing clear though. What we're finding, it's not as simple as saying, oh, I have a gene for this trait, and therefore I'm going to have this disease, or I'm going to be, an incredible athlete. What we're learning is that the interesting biology is at the interface of genes and the environment. It's the way that particular alleles in your genome interact with the diet choices you make or the lifestyle choices you make. There's actually an interaction between those two. And so what happens is you might inherit an allele. You might have a very strong family history for cancer or for alcoholism. It doesn't mean you're going to be an alcoholic or you're going to get cancer, because there isn't a gene for this. But what it means is, because of the alleles you inherit, if you were to line up 100 people and expose them to the same sets of environmental circumstances, some of them, maybe you, because of the allele you inherit, are going to be more likely to develop cancer in response to those situations than others. So there's sort of an inherited predisposition or a propensity towards a particular condition like cancer. or alcoholism. If you don't drink, you can't become an alcoholic. But you line up 100 people and you give them the same sort of alcohol regimen, and not all of them are going to become alcoholics. Some of them are. And we can start to explain why some people have sort of an inherited predisposition that makes them more likely or more prone than others. So yeah, there's some very exciting genetic studies coming out there, but it's important to put them in context and understand that it doesn't mean that there's a gene for the trait and, I inherit this allele, I'm screwed. But it does mean that you might want to change your behavior. You might want to be aware that in my case, it's heart disease. I have a family history of heart issues. Knowing that helps me make different diet choices than I would otherwise. And it helps me exercise more than I otherwise would. It makes it a higher priority for me because I know that I have an inherited predisposition towards things. So that's the way to think about it. And it can be transformative and constructive.
Clarification well taken. Okay, so here's where I want to take you back to.
Let's go back to Beatles.
I'm going to take you away from Beatles for a second to something a little more sexy.
Wait a minute.
Listen. I can't convince you that Beatles aren't sexy. I know how much time you spent with Beatles. Okay, I understand.
Beatles are the triceratops of the insect world, and you totally love triceratops.
So. Go with me for a second. So we've talked about the arms race and how an arms race can happen in the beetle population. But then eventually something like an arms race, as you state, it can run its course. And I think it'd be an interesting example because this was one of my favorite animals as a kid. And not until I was an adult, and frankly, not until I started doing this podcast, am I going back and reading about, I think was the technical name would be Smilodon. Would that be correct? So I going back and understanding that big old saber-toothed cat that I thought was so cool when I was a kid was kind of, not a sleek body, not a big runner, and was a guy that basically his front two teeth had gotten so long, he just hung out in a tree and wait for a mastodon to come by, right? Explain how an arms race can start to run its course with something like the saber-toothed cat.
Okay. Yes. So in the situation I set up with the beetles, and that's relevant to the fiddler crabs and it's relevant to caribou, these are situations where the weapons are borne by the males, and the males are using them in battles over access to females. So the context or the backdrop for all of this is competition over access to reproduction. That's the currency that matters. And so the weapons tend to only be in the males, and they get used in this certain type of a contest. And that is the most common sort of natural scenario that leads to extraordinarily rapid arms race evolution of ridiculous weapon sizes. Sexual selection is what it's called when males compete for access to females, or when members of one sex, it can go the other way around. Members of one sex, male or female, compete for access to the other. That's sort of the most pervasive, most widespread phenomenon that tends to lead to extravagance and to the evolution of these things that are absurd. But as you point out, Smilodon, so the saber-tooths, are another. And that's not a situation, the big canine teeth in these guys, and they're amazing. And you said you have a triceratops in your house. I have a life-size replica of a Smilodon or a saber-tooth skull on my desk in my office. I love it. I walked into that assuming, of course, it works like all these other weapons. Surely those big teeth are just in the males, not in the females. And surely it has to do with fighting over access to females. I was wrong. That's not true. And at first I didn't believe it. I was going through the literature like, this can't be right. How come they're not talking about sexual selection? How come they're not talking about male competition? And I finally had to contact some of the paleontologists, and they're like, no, you're wrong. Everybody had the big teeth. Males had the big teeth. Females had the big teeth. These were not structures used in competition for access to reproduction. They're used by predators. And that actually threw me for a loop, because when you look at predators, most predators don't have really big weapons, and it's for a pretty obvious reason. They slow you down. They get really awkward, and you can't run fast, or if you're a fish, you can't swim fast, or if you're a bird, you can't fly fast. You can't move fast if you're carrying this big, clunky, awkward weapon around. And so if you're a predator, that's usually the end. I mean, if you can't catch your food, it doesn't really matter how big your weapons are. And so the interesting thing that the Smilodon, where it's sort of this thorn in my side, it's like, here's this animal with an incredible weapon, and it just didn't fit the pattern. And for me, it was one of those epiphanies when all the pieces finally clicked into place. And I was reading this paper paper about the saber-tooths, coming at all the specimens they'd gotten in the La Brea tar pits, and they're talking about what they think these animals did. And you hit it on the head. These guys were not able to run fast. They were awkward. They were thick and heavy and gangly. And if you think about their faces, they couldn't have run fast. Their heads are squashed backwards. So these teeth sort of project forward. They can't even look at where they're going. So these are clumsy animals. And these people in this little paragraph in this paper say, well, we think they were ambush predators. And that was it. That was like, boom, everything clicked into place. And I started realizing, my God, an ambush predator, they don't have to run fast. They're not a cheetah. They don't have to chase down prey. They sit there and they wait for the prey to come to them. And that's a fundamentally different hunting strategy. But as soon as you do that, you change the game, because all of a sudden it doesn't matter if you're awkward or you're gangly. What matters is, can you catch that prey really quickly? And in a lot of these situations, big weapons are better. And so in the case of the saber-tooth, they think that these guys hung out on trees. They hung out up in trees and they dropped from trees onto unsuspecting prey. And the best guess, as far as I know, is sort of lumbering juvenile mastodons and mammoths. So you've got your little baby elephant walking by, and all of a sudden this thing with like 10-inch daggers drops out of the tree, plunges those things into the back of the neck, and kills the prey. They don't have to run. They're not a cheetah. All they have to do is drop onto their unsuspecting prey. And so once that sort of piece to the puzzle clicked and I started looking around, I realized this is true everywhere. My kids love Finding Nemo. Remember the viper fish in Finding Nemo with this? It's just basically a mouth with huge teeth that was down in the deep sea. That was a cartoon character, but it's a caricature of true to life viperfish and anglerfish. There's a whole suite of these deep sea monsters. They're ambush predators. They use little dangling globs of light as a lure to pull the prey into them. They don't have to swim fast. These aren't tuna. These things sit there and they wait till the prey come to them, and then boom, they grab them with these massive jaws. You see the same thing with alligator gar with these long jaws. You see it with praying mantids. So yeah, you hit on something there. There is a whole separate context out there in nature that can lead to the evolution of extreme weapons. And it's when predators that presumably used to be the traditional run them down, chase them down predators change their behavior, and they start adopting a sit and wait or an ambush tactic.
I was thinking of another example to throw at you about just something from my world that I think parallels with this notion of an arms race. And if I look at the trading world, for example, so all the rage right now is for people to have faster and faster trading. So I don't know, they want to trade the speed of light. So it all becomes very resource dependent. I mean, servers on top of servers. You have to get closer. There's been a lot of books about this. You have to get closer to the exchanges, et cetera, et cetera. Now, that's one way to think about it. And there's a huge arms race there. However, there is a very...
I never thought about that.
There's a very sizable population of extremely successful traders that go just the opposite direction. They maybe trade what we call a weekly bar. So they trade one day, the closing price of the stock market once a week. And they only make their decisions off the closing price of the stock market once a week. So all these other guys are out there trying to trade at the speed of light because they think the faster they can get ahead of everybody. And there's other people that are saying, hey, hold on. We don't want to have all those resources. We don't want to have...
Can I ask you a question about that?
Sure.
I'm making an instant prediction based on what you're saying. These people that take that plan B, they don't play by the rules. They're not investing everything in these really fast servers. Are they saving resources? Know. Are they? You
already know who wins.
Some staggering price.
Here's the thing. Look, the high frequency guys, the ones that have got the rigged game, of course they're making money. Okay, but it's kind of like a rigged kind of thing, and who knows if that lasts, right? Maybe that's something for right now. But you're thinking right that the people that are using less resources are a little more nimble, and maybe their quality of life is different. But yeah, the people that kind of look at less data and a longer time horizon can do just as well, if not better, and they don't have to stay in that arms race of the fastest servers and the fastest connections and all that kind of stuff.
I love it. I've never thought about that example. I love it, and it's a perfect fit. This is exactly what you see in animals. So you get the biggest males that are investing just obscene amounts of resources in these weapons, and for the biggest of the big, the males with the biggest weapons, it's worth it because they win and they are able to get access to the females, and they might get access to lots of females, and all all that time, that means there's all these other males that aren't getting anything at all. So to the victor go the spoils, in a sense. And if you can play that game with the best resources and the biggest weapons and win, you do really well. But these males are investing enormous resources in these things. And so if you look at some of the studies on antlers and elk or in the deer family, these guys are leaching so much calcium and phosphorus in order to make the antlers that they're pulling it out of their own skeletons, and they're going through this sort of brittle boned seasonal form of osteoporosis just so that they can shunt everything into the production of the weapons. I mean, they're literally, it's deficit spending. They're depleting their own reserves that they need to survive to make these weapons. And you look at some of the beetles, and they're putting so much into these weapons that they're stunting their eyes, and their wings are smaller, and their testes are smaller. So they're like, they're doing all this so they can mate, and then they can't even produce as much sperm because they had to shunt resources away from their testes to make these big weapons. So you're paying this huge price. And so what do you do if you're not the biggest male in the game? You can pour all these resources into this expensive technology, so to speak, the weapons, but you're not going to win. Go the opposite way. And that's what they do. They ditch it. They stop producing the weapons. They shunt everything into something else, and they adopt a plan B. They sneak. They do something else and break the rules.
Go to the octopus example with the color changing and the smaller octopus male that gets around these limitations that we're talking about of the alpha. And still the octopus is not the alpha, but he's figured out a way around the system.
Yeah. So this, all right. I love this story. So first, just to connect the dots though, the beetles that we just talked about, you're in the tunnel, you're a big beetle, you've got huge weapons, you're fighting to block the tunnel. What happens in the beetles is there's little males that don't even produce the horns at all. They've got really big testes, really big genitalia. They are good dispersers. And instead of fighting, they dig a little side tunnel and they mine their way in underground, and they're able to get around the big guy guarding the gate. And they can get into the tunnel beneath them by mining their way in, and then they can mate with the female on the sly. So they're not producing weapons, they're not fighting, they're not investing in armaments or fighting or any of that stuff, and they sneak around to do an end game and they get in. So the one you're mentioning is one of the slickest of these, and it's related to the octopus, but it's the cuttlefish actually. And what they do, these guys they're really quick at changing their body color. So they can go up against sort of rocks on the bottom of the ocean and change in a second or two and match that pattern so that they just blend, they vanish into the background because they're so good at hiding, and they're sort of mimicking the stippling pattern and all the colors of the pebbles and the gravel and the stuff beneath them. And so these are animals that have extraordinary abilities to change color. And so what you're getting at is in the mating season. And again, this isn't my work. This is just an incredible literature that's out of people like Roger Hanlon that have done this stuff. But what they find is that these cuttlefish, the big males, during the breeding season, they turn into something that's the underwater equivalent of a peacock. They produce beautiful purples and greens and this rich sort of tapestry of color on their bodies that's this big display to attract females. Well, if you're a little guy, you're not able to produce as big or as bright a display. You're not going to win at that game. You're not as attractive as the biggest, sexiest guys out there. What do? So they cheat. And what they'll do is they'll mimic a female. They'll put on a color pattern that makes them look like a female. And then they can swim right up to that big displaying male. The big guy's up there with his billboard, and he's got a female right next to him that he's mating with. The little guy, by pretending to be a female, can get right up to that big male. He's not going to challenge him or push him away because he looks like a female. He can get right up in there, and he can actually sidle his way, wiggle his way in between the male and the female while they're courting. And then as soon as he gets in there, he's slid right in there so that he's in between the big male and the female. He changes his color again. And on the side of his body where the male can see him, he still looks like a female. But the other side of his body, the side of his body that the female can see, he changes into a really bright colored male display. So he's like a two-toned animal, and the female looks and sees another male. The male that he's literally right up against looks and sees a female, and he's able to slide in there and mate with the female on the sly by cheating, essentially, by breaking the rules and by playing around with color in a really clever way.
If you bring that back to my example, I was talking about trading. It's the creativity and the industriousness to say, okay, even though maybe the deck is stacked against me, there's a workaround. And that's exactly what you're talking about, the cuttlefish. There's a workaround. The deck, because you hear all these people in life, they say, oh, the deck's stacked against me. I didn't inherit Shaquille O'Neal's gene pool. I can't do this. I can't do that. There's always a workaround if you want to spend the time, right?
Yeah, and that's how it works in most animal populations too. You know, there are a small subset of individuals that have it all. They're born into wealth, so to speak. They've got really healthy, dominant parents that they're born with better immune systems, better access to nutrition, better territories. Everything is stacked in their favor. But it doesn't mean that the rest of the animals in these populations give up. They find workarounds, and there are so many neat examples of workarounds. You asked at the beginning, I'm an evolutionary biologist. What do I do? Well, one of the things that's really fun to do as an evolutionary biologist is to look at all the ways that animals have solved this problem and to figure out the kinds of crazy, quirky workarounds that these animal populations have stumbled on. Because there's some fun ones, like the cuttlefish. I mean, how cool is that?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, it's crazy. The parallels are crazy because I caught something in an article where you got some good bit of press somewhere, and I caught it and I reached out to you and I was like, I had not read your book, I had not bought your book yet, and then I started going through it. I'm like, man, this is crazy. The parallels are just. It just jumps off the page if you're like, wow, you're forced to. I mean, I'm thinking movies somewhere. I don't know. But, okay, I've only got you for a little bit more here.
Sure.
Let's wind down to the arms race. And two things that I want to put in people's head to think about, for example, battleships. You know, battleships, there's no need for a battleship, or there hasn't been for a long time, but they looked great. You can think about the British Empire, trying to manage, was it 25% of the world's population? It becomes unmanageable. But where I wanted to, just getting people to think about some of the topic areas that you go into. We can't go into everything today, but the last thing I wanted to end with was going back to what we started with, was basically how they call it in war games, thermonuclear war, whatever it is. Okay, so the way that it worked during the Cold War, you had two powers in a nuclear détente. Okay, so but what happens, and you kind of hint about this in your book, what happens if there's more than two actors? There's 5 actors, there's 10 actors, and then let's say that those actors don't all have the same cultures and the same understandings. In hindsight, the leaders in Moscow and the leaders in Washington, D.C. probably had very similar outlooks to some degree. But what happens if nukes are the final toy to be used and there's no coming back? What happens if too many actors have nukes? And I think I know where you ultimately are going to go with that thought. And I think it's hard for people to disagree that there's probably going to be a point in time where something bad happens.
Yes, it's a fairly scary conclusion when you follow the logical train that I set up in this book. And so I'm trying to think how to do it quickly and how to get where you want to go.
You can talk as long as you want.
Oh, I can, because you brought up a bunch of things.
Go ahead.
First of all, just to make the point, again, I come at this from biology. What I did is I stepped back from having worked on beetles, and I went through the literature, and I started looking at examples of arms races in lots of different kinds of animals, in everything I could find. And I did it, first of all, because I wanted to tell the stories of these crazy, these are wonderful, amazing, bizarre animals. They look like freaks of nature. And I like that. I wanted to understand what makes them tick and why they look and act the way that they do. While doing that, it became increasingly clear that whether I was talking about a little moose fly in New Guinea or a mastodon, the stories were the same, that these animals were incredibly different in every aspect I could think of their life, where they lived, what they ate, how big they were. Everything they did was different except for the weapons. They all had huge weapons. And the more I looked, the more I realized they all had these weapons for the same reasons. So the same kinds of circumstances, the stars had to align in exactly the same way in order for these populations to launch into an arms race. And so once I started realizing there is sort of a common theme, there's a core set of criteria that can trigger an arms race, then I started looking much more closely at the arms race phenomenon. What happens once it begins? How does it unfold? Why do they end? And all of these things turned out to be parallel across these species too. Around the same time, my editors are like, hey, you got to look at human weapons too. And my first reaction is, no way, I'm a biologist. But they kept saying, no, I think there's something here. Dig a little deeper and look. And I started reading the military literature. And that's when I started getting really blown away, because I realized that there are everything that was sort of a common element that could explain an arms race in an animal also applied when we started looking at our own military technologies. And that was the sort of realization that took this book to the next level and took me to the next level. And I started going crazy, pulling all these things together and trying to look for parallels and trying to figure out what starts arms races in our military traditions. Is it the same kinds of conditions? And once the arms races start, are they going to unfold in the same way? And when they collapse, are they going to collapse in the same way? And the answer I kept coming back to is yes, it's exactly the same. And then right around the time I was starting to get excited, but I was still nervous because I'm not a military historian. I stumbled on the work of a military historian, Robert O'Connell, who writes, in my opinion, brilliant sort of analyses of military history, who's gone into arms races and asked exactly the same questions, and he'd come to almost exactly the same conclusions. So here's a military guy with specialties in arms races and military who's looking at biology for parallels, and I'm a biologist looking at the military for parallels, and we're meeting in the middle and coming to astonishingly similar conclusions. And that's when I realized, my God, this is real. And so I started running with that. And what this book is sort of portraying how this process unfolds and trying to set up these parallels. You mentioned battleships. So battleships are relevant for lots of reasons, but one of them is the thing that starts the arms race, this kind of one-on-one interaction, turns out to be, I haven't really talked about it here, but one of the things that's this crucial prerequisite for the competition type, not the predator arms races, but the male-male competition, the battle type arms races, is a duel, a one-on-one confrontation between rivals that unfolds in a very predictable fashion. And that predictability is essential, because that's what makes it cost effective to invest in weapons. If the male with the bigger weapons really is going to win, then you, by God, want to have the biggest weapons. If the fights aren't predictable, if there's a huge stochastic component to it, then it's not worth spending a lot to build a weapon because it might not matter. It might not determine the outcome. And so explaining arms races meant explaining what are the circumstances where the outcome of fights become the most predictable. And once you could identify that, you could explain when weapons got big in animals, and you could explain when weapons got really extravagant in people. The problem is, and you sort of touched on it, is that the crucial condition that makes these expensive weapons worthwhile is this predictable outcome, this sort of one-on-one contest. And when you start getting 3, 4, 5, 6 different animals in the fray, everything starts to break down. It gets really chaotic and really unpredictable and really dangerous. And so the dung beetles, where they carve the balls and they're all wrestling and tussling around on the surface, those fights aren't predictable. It's not worth having a weapon. And none of the ball-rolling dung beetles ever have weapons. Only inside the tunnel, where the males fight one-on-one. In a tunnel, you have to fight one-on-one, because you have to crawl into the tunnel to confront a rival, and only one rival can fit in the tunnel at a time. And you got to walk into the tunnel so you face your opponent face to face, one-on-one in a duel. So being in a tunnel makes it predictable and consistent, and that can lead to arms races. So when you start talking about big weapons in politics and landscapes, if you've got a duel like the Soviet Union, the USSR, and the United States locked head-to-head, that's a one-on-one showdown. That's a predictable type of escalation that's just like what we see in animals. When you start getting a whole lot of other states in the game, the numbers of degrees of freedom, the ways that this thing can play out become sort of astronomically complex. And one of the conclusions you come to is the really big weapons aren't cost effective. They're not worth it in that kind of contest. It's too dangerous and it's too unpredictable. That sort of safety factor that you get from deterrence won't work when it's too complicated. And there's one last thing. I know I'm rambling for a while here, but one more point I want to make on that. One of the other things that comes out of this parallel, this logic, is that, this thing that you talked with me about a little bit earlier today, why are we safer with big weapons? Well, we're safer with big weapons if those really big weapons are honest signals of who's likely to win a fight, and if we're sort of in a one-on-one showdown with a rival who has similar armaments that are also really big and really effective. In that situation, it doesn't pay either side to escalate into battle, because we both know we'll lose. That mutually assured destruction phenomenon is real, and it can lead to a stalemate, and it can lead to peace. But it requires the biggest, most deadly weapons also being so astonishingly expensive that only the superpowers can afford them. That's the reason there's only two facing it. They're the only states out there that can afford to play that game. And that's what keeps it simple, and that's what keeps it predictable. The things that we're facing now aren't like that, because the weapons of mass destruction that were those state-of-the-art, astronomically expensive weapons during the Cold War aren't now. There's tons of nuclear weapons out there that are rotting away in storage sheds that are, and we have biological weapons now that are really dangerous that you can build for a couple grand in a basement. And so the weapons with the most killing power aren't the most expensive now. Lots and lots of
Let me interject one that I think, just to play devil's advocate for a second.
That makes it very scary because now it's a one-on-one showdown. It's not predictable.
But here's
work.
Here's an interesting one that I think if we put ourselves in the shoes of the average Ukrainian today. So I believe in the early 90s, Ukraine had the third biggest stockpile of nukes, right? And so the USSR breaks up. They've got the third biggest stockpile. And the deal essentially was, okay, give up all your nukes. Basically NATO will protect you, or we won't let anything happen. And so Ukraine gives up their trump card, so to speak, and then boom. I mean, I can't think there's any state actor right now that will ever believe, after watching what happened in Ukraine, they will never believe on a state actor at that level that a nuke is not a deterrent. They won't believe it.
But how is a deterrent when too many players on the stage start having these things? I mean, again, if we're going to take lessons from animals, deterrence only works in very specific situations, and they're ones where the outcomes are very predictable, and that predictability comes from these sort of one-on-one showdown matchups. And in a landscape where a dozen or 24 nations have weapons of mass destruction of one sort or another, deterrent shouldn't work in that kind of situation.
Okay, but if we put ourselves in the leadership of Ukraine and they give up their nukes and they're told they're going to have protection,
I hear you.
Nobody's going to ever believe, no state is ever going to believe, if I give up my nukes. And of course, I mean, look, it's insane. The whole thing's insane.
This is the problem. So any state looking at itself, which is what states have to do, is going to come to the inescapable conclusion that they're going to be safer with these types of weapons of mass destruction than without. For the logic that you're referring to, nobody's going to screw with us because the consequences are too dire.
Yeah.
Fine. But when you get too many states that make that independent assessment and that then ratchet up to that level, the collective effect on the global landscape is pandemonium. I mean, it's unpredictable. It's not a one-on-one showdown the way we had in the Cold War. It's a much more complex,
it's something different
thing, and that's where I am so out of my element. I'm a biologist again. I mean, just not forget, I work on beetles, but that's where the logic that made so much sense, that brought so much clarity to understanding our past by looking at animals, that logic begins to dissolve. And I ended up no longer being comfortable making predictions about where we are today, because the landscape that we're sitting on today literally scared the daylights out of me. I mean, if I'm going to draw conclusions from the animals, the conclusion is, wow, this is a spectacularly dangerous situation that we're in, partly because it's a more complicated landscape without that predictability of a one-on-one showdown, and partly because the technologies, the legacy of the Cold War, like it or not, are weapons with a capacity to kill on a scale that's unprecedented. There are no animals with weapons of mass destruction like that. There are no animal parallels of a weapon that is so dangerous it can't really ever be used anywhere. I mean, we just don't have examples of that in the animal world. And so once you raise the stakes that high, you're getting to a point where these weapons are so dangerous, they really can't be used ever, anywhere. And there is no precedent. I mean, again, I mentioned things like fiddler crab claws and caribou antlers. These make great deterrents. And in the caribou 11,000 contests, only 6 escalated to full battle. But you know what? 6 of them did escalate to full battle. These things still do function as weapons occasionally. And we're talking about technologies that we've inherited now that are so bad that we can't let that ever happen. And there is no precedent for that in nature. It never happens in nature. They always get used at some point. And that's, I guess, where I start getting the chills up my spine, start getting scared.
It's funny. I don't necessarily get the chills. But not because I don't think it will happen. I think the chances are, maybe not in our lifetime, but the chances are at some point in time, if too many state actors have nukes and some of those state actors are not as well funded or this or that, something's going to happen. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, if somebody could do 9/11, they can, look, if they had a suitcase nuke on 9/11 and they had it in New York City, they would have used it. They would have used it. Of course they would have used it. Why not? That's the way they were thinking.
You're not helping me feel better here.
I can't.
So... Where are you going with this? You're right. You're exactly right. This is why I'm scared. Because if you take something like that, to put that into context, that's a sneak strategy. We talk about sneaky male beetles getting in around the big fighting male. With a superpower like the United States, with the conventional arsenals that we have, the options that are on the table for most of our opponents are the little sneaky male strategies. They break the rules. They do something unexpected and unorthodox, and they don't fight us fair fights on a level playing field. And when you start taking sneaky strategies like that, they happen in every animal system out there. They've all got sneaky males of some kind or another. That makes perfect sense. But it doesn't really affect the integrity or the profitability, if you will, of the armaments of the big males, because it still pays to be the biggest male most of the time. But if the sneaky males start doing too well, if they start stealing too many of the matings, then you run into this point where all of a sudden these big guys are producing these big expensive weapons and they're shunting tons of resources into it. And then instead of getting a return on their investment, their return is being eroded by these sneaky parasitic guys that are sneaking in and breaking the rules and cheating and pulling away all the benefits. And so they're not paying the cost. So these big guys are paying this cost and they're no longer getting the benefits. You reach this point where an arms race can collapse because it's just not worth it anymore, because the sneaking strategies do too well. So most of the time, the little sneaky strategies they're not that effective. Yeah, they can do harm, but they're not going to completely topple the regime or win in an outright sort of black and white sense of the word. They're just there being a hassle. But if you start getting sneaky strategies with weapons of mass destruction, if you're talking a suitcase bomber with a suitcase nuke, now you're changing the stakes here. You're talking about sneaky strategies with the potential to inflict catastrophic damage. And again, there is no in the animal world, that would collapse an arms race. It's done. It's not worth having big weapons anymore because they're not going to help you anymore. But I don't know that you can make that parallel and extend that logic.
I would start doing yoga and meditation, because it's not worth worrying about something that will surely happen at some point in time.
But I will tell you that as an evolutionary biologist, it's been a pretty wild ride. It's fun starting to look at the landscape around us today. And I like history, starting to look at the past and thinking about it in this new light.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome.
If I want to end on a high note, that's an intellectually rewarding and stimulating exercise. It's a great way to sort of improve our understanding of the natural world. I live in Montana. I've got elk behind my house, and we've got, I live surrounded by animals with crazy weapons. And a lot of that diversity makes more sense now. And I love history. And so reading the history, a lot of the arms races in the past make more sense now. So the parallels are really rewarding. It's just when we start getting to where we are today that we're dealing with a landscape that has no precedent, where things start getting both scary and really unpredictable.
I'll give you a high note change of subject. So I was jotting a last note down here about my world, and I was thinking to myself, okay, there's no guarantee that all the expensive resources that can give you perhaps a predictable, short-term, high-frequency trading advantage. There's no guarantee that all that stuff's going to work, but less money spent and that nimbleness sounds a heck of a lot more interesting to me. I love nimble. Nimble should be the topic of our conversation. I mean, I just love nimble. The idea of being nimble, I'd rather be a nimble character as a human being in this world right now than stuck. Now, I'm just talking from myself standpoint.
It's so funny. I mean, I study all these animals with these monstrous weapons, and we all like to identify with the biggest bucks with the biggest racks of antlers on their heads. But, most of us don't fit that bill, and I'm probably more of the sneaky male strategy myself, I suppose. Nimble is good. I'll agree with you.
Hey, listen, Doug, it's been fun chatting. Where can we send people? The book is on Amazon. I know, because I just bought it.
It's also through Henry Holt and Macmillan. They have a page. It's called Animal Weapons, The Evolution of Battle.
Where can people find out more about you online? You've got a bunch of stuff online. You've got a lab online, all kinds of stuff.
I'm a biology professor at the University of Montana, so I have a research page and a faculty page that's really easy to find. I don't know if we have a Wikipedia page yet, but we may have one soon. But again, the other way to find me is just to search for Animal Weapons, The Evolution of Battle, and there's an author page and there's information there. Now, this has been a pleasure. Thank you for chatting.
Thanks for it's one of my most unique podcasts yet, I'm sure. Thanks,
I hadn't seen the parallels with trading until you brought it up, but I think there's a pretty cool parallel there.
Yeah,
I had never thought of before. So thank you for that.
Hey, take care, man. We'll talk again, hopefully in the future.
All right, you too. Take care.
Now on to my second guest, trader Toby Crable.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Man, it's been a long time. I think it could be 9 years since we spoke.
I think that's right. I think it was in the Virgin Islands, right?
Yeah, I was like, wow, where's time go? That's really scary.
It's a bit frightening.
Right. I just hope they figure out this life extension soon before we leave. So.
Yeah. Interview Ray Kurzweil. I think he's after it. So.
Yeah. So how's it going?
It's okay. I keep working at it and improving a little bit incrementally, and those little gains help. So that the firm's going well. My family's good, and we've fully moved out from Wisconsin, and it's a good life. Playing a lot of tennis, and there's a lot of good things happening here.
Let me jump into the setup of tennis, but first I want to describe a few big picture points. I want to drive right into what you just mentioned. So the head of Crable Capital, over $1 billion assets under management. Since 1992, your track record starts, but not an overnight success story. And I just checked on Amazon today to look at your book, Day Trading with Short-Term Price Patterns, priced at $981 for a new copy.
But a little low.
So, but here's where I want to go though. Before all of this, pro tennis player. I think you got as high as 280, or as low, I should say, 280 in the world. Talk to me about though that experience of being such a competitive tennis player. The 8 hours a day for years practicing. Is there a direct translation to the competitive drive that you have in the asset management field, the fund management field?
I think a direct translation, actually. I mean, I refer to it all the time. It's an analogy for what I'm doing in my business and the way I approach things. So, especially in those early years of the track record, but it can be a good training ground if you take away from it the idea that we can always get better and we can improve at what we're doing, and the one thing that's very clear is there's losing days, and there's losing trades, and there's losing tennis matches, and how that's handled and what you take away from it is the most important thing. So that's I think for me is the key to longevity, and the solace that I haven't always done that very well. I mean, in tennis, I think I stopped a little early. I had looking at the record, I had a lot more potential than I gave myself credit for. So one of the things I take away from that first career is that I'm not going to quit. So that's why. I mean, there's been some tough times in these markets and in my own business, and I just don't. First of all, I don't want to destroy anything that I have by having too big a drawdown. So we're very conservative with risk, and I think that permeates the firm. And then secondly, when you're there to fight for another day, you don't let yourself get overwhelmed by the tough times, the losses, the day-to-day grind of it. You try to elevate a little bit and keep my head about me when it comes to that.
I'm guessing from a tennis analogy, if we're going to stay there for just a moment, you would probably prefer the consistency of a track record. If I pull up Wikipedia and I look at Federer versus a Nadal. Nadal is fantastic, but he doesn't have, best that I can tell, the consistency is Federer's in a completely different league.
Yeah, I truly do admire, of course, both players, but Federer's it's incredible talent. But the way he plays, there's a conservation there of energy, I think, that will allow him to play, I think probably we'll see a lot longer than a lot of players. And there were others like that in the history of the game. I mean, Ken Rosewall played into his 40s and did very, very well. It doesn't happen as much anymore, but, I can think of Pancho Gonzalez was in his 40s when I think he did very well at Wimbledon one year. So, I mean, if you're, I don't know if it's pacing yourself, but you just, Dell's passion is fantastic. You have to love the intensity that he brings to the game, and there's really something really important about that when you see it. But yeah, I mean, when I think of my careers, especially this one, I'm thinking lifelong. This is something that I really enjoy, and I'm just fascinated by markets and price movement and how to quantify that. It's my science. It's what I do. And there's hardly, I mean, you can train in other sciences and that'll help, but you got to really get in there and work with the market data and use your imagination. So yeah, this is a lifelong pursuit, Mike, and I think that I don't think I'd have it any other way. I'm not going anywhere.
Let me drive into this. So I want to break apart some trading aspects and details of how you approach the markets philosophically, et cetera. But I know when we talked years ago, you really thought that your space, and we had a nice long conversation comparing your style of trading to trend following, some of the quant trend following, and there were some commonalities, but your time frame was very different, and you painted a picture that you were in a pretty unique space, that you were very humble about it, but you were saying it was very difficult to compete with your strategies, whereas there definitely are, many more trend following traders out there, and still to this day. So I'm curious, do you still feel like you have this unique space, your firm, and its multiple strategies?
I think so. In the money management world, handling client capital, I think it is unique because most of the shops I think our evolution is we're moving shorter, and our holding periods are tending to be shorter. So with that lends itself to there's only so much in the way of assets that you can manage, and there's a demand for it if you're good at it. So you have to be careful. And what happens is I think there's some very good proprietary firms that have evolved into relatively short-term trading like us, or shorter. And the high-frequency firms are certainly an example of this. I think that they're primarily or almost exclusively high-frequency are prop firms. So they're using their own money and investing that, and instead of trading client capital. And it's understandable because of the capacity constraints that exist in the short-term area. But yes, it is unique because and it's certainly in the money management field. There aren't a lot of us. What we do is we're trading primarily liquid instruments. We're a liquid product for clients. We trade frequently. We're less than 1 day, and our holding period, on average, is a lot of turnover in the portfolio. It costs a lot. It costs a lot to run the business. There's huge challenges in the execution area. So we really, it's not an area that I think is just not that because of how it's prohibitive with the cost. It's just an expensive proposition. So there's not a lot of people that are going into this. So, but I came by it honestly. I worked with a floor trader in the early '80s. And we had a joint account, and his account, he paid no commission. So I was led by the nose to be trading and to take profits intraday. That just stuck with me over the years. That's just what appealed to me after doing that. You're kind of hooked. So yeah, it is a unique area in the money management field for sure. There's plenty of prop firms though that do this. And those are our true competitors, I think, when we think of where we're at on the planet. It's those prop firms that really stand out to us.
We spoke before. It was multiple diversified systems, applying them systematically across multiple different time frames. Where are you in your total number of systems these days?
Yeah, you can talk about the systems individually, and there's several thousand in the portfolio. Or you can talk about the ideas, which are broader conceptual frameworks that we work with. So, for instance, in my area of the portfolio that I oversee the strategies in particular, I'd say there's probably 25 conceptual frameworks that I'm working with there. And I think the rest of the portfolio managers in the firm think in the same way. So they have a broad conceptual framework, and then they apply it in particular with a strategy, and may even vary it slightly in the different markets, because markets are different. The universals apply throughout all markets, but there are particular aspects of each market that you should probably take into account. So what I like to say is that, the markets are the same in principle, but at the same time they're different. So we're dealing with two sort of different formulations of what markets are. Do you optimize for each market? Well, not heavily, but yeah, there are variations for each market. And that may count as an individual strategy, you see. So that's probably why the number is as high as it is.
You would like your models working across all markets, though. I mean, if that model works, you want it working at all markets.
And when you're doing the testing, you want to see it apply universally, I think, across all markets without much variation. Actually, without any variation. So that's step one. After that, you may go in there and take a closer look at it. Because one example clearly is that there's a lunch hour in Asia in Hang Seng. I think it's Hang Seng. Yeah, Hang Seng takes off for like an hour and they go to lunch. If you're going to trade that, you have to account for it. It's almost like a new opening, the second round. When they come back from lunch, it's starting fresh. Back in the day when I wrote Opening Range Breakout, I don't know if I took that into account. It may be something to take into account. Have 2 openings a day in the Hang Seng market. Well, that's a unique sort of construct. You have to take those kind of things into consideration. But the general principles apply. That's certainly what I've seen and tried to adhere to, is that because that's a more robust framework than when you're building these portfolios. There's not any clear-cut statistics that tell you what it is you're supposed to be doing with a strategy. There's just not that much insight in the stats. But what you do know is that if you can find something, a widget that can be applied in sort of a universal, general way, then you have something that's really, really powerful.
The phraseology you'd used years ago with me was a kind of an assembly line thinking is what you were. That automation and being able to apply it religiously. Yeah,
that's it's an appealing way of looking at it. Sometimes it really. I think what it does is it keeps you honest when you're applying these strategies. So that's very important.
So Toby, when you're talking with clients, or you get the random elevator pitch, but you probably don't get too many of those, or you have to give the random elevator pitch. People want to know, where did the profits come from for Crable Capital Management? So, you've got counter trend strategies, you have momentum style strategies, you probably have others that I don't know about. But where philosophically do you see those profits coming from? Why are you able to extricate those profits from these liquid markets, liquid futures markets, et cetera?
Well, I think when we're successful, what we're trying to do is find areas where it's very difficult for participants to act. Places where there's market price action that aren't comfortable places for a human being to trade in the way that we're trading. And those seem to be the most profitable. And if you're a discretionary trader and you're doing that, either you're rewiring your sort of innate psychological disposition in order to do that sort of thing, or the fast track to this is to quantify it and then just let the machine do the work. But over time, a discretionary trader going against his nature, fear, greed, it will wear down because it's traumatic in a way. And that's where the automation is a real help. You need, in order to get an edge, you need to do something that essentially nobody else can feel comfortable doing. I mean, there's got to be some people, but you may be the first, or you're very early on. So the recognition of that requires a little getting ahead of it a little bit. Seeing the market work itself into a position where it's vulnerable to sort of weak thinking that can take place because we are vulnerable as humans. It may be too philosophical, but the problem, you don't want crowded trades. You want to be there when it's very difficult for other traders to operate. And that's sort of the wonder of systematic trading, I think. It's a real benefit. But that said, we tend to try to find the times when it's right to go against price action. And then, as my early work would suggest, I also was looking for times when the market is ready to move directionally in any given, day, and isolate those environments. That's an interesting area of work. The markets are different at different points, and that has to be taken into account. You have to. It's almost as if there's two separate, but there's more than that. There's many different environments, but traditionally our portfolios have been separated into at least two primary areas of mean reversion and momentum. It's our job to find out when it's right to do that.
You've not strayed from price action. I mean, your firm is price action at its foundation.
Yeah, and everything else that kind of goes along with that. I mean, volatility and volume, and there's other factors I think that are primary in that. But price action is a starting point. Price is a starting point. It makes it easy too. I mean, you get a lot from just looking at price alone. There's a lot there.
Talk about volatility since you bring it up, and I think everybody knows in the last month or two, we've seen some significant volatility across the board. And volatility is something, in a little bit of chaos, a little bit of markets starting to have that enthusiasm. That's not something. That's not a negative for your firm.
Well, it depends. There's winning and losing volatility. We prefer the winning volatility. At this point, what we have seen is this, and then it's changed a lot of things in our firm. That up till a few months ago, the volatility was at record lows in most of the markets. Foreign exchange market, the interest rate markets, even the stock market as it was rallying was on relatively narrow trade day to day. And so the volatility, the VIX was at a very, very low level until just recently. But with the foreign exchange markets perking up in the last couple of months, literally in most of the foreign exchange markets, euro currency, dollar yen, you had the lowest volatility range that I've seen since I've started trading, and those were relatively good markets for us to trade in the past. If the volatility gets too low, there's no movement, there's nothing to really take advantage of. You need price movement. What's happened though is all of the markets, starting with foreign exchange a couple months ago, have changed, and the volatility has increased at least doubled, which is a welcome to what we need and for profitability. We need price movement. Now the other thing, of course, we need is volume, and of concern is what happened in the last week or so with a lot of the markets when you had these very large price moves. The volume dried up significantly, and we haven't really seen that. That's a new phenomenon. It's sort of this early in a cycle of volatility. It's sort of a unique circumstance, which leaves a question mark for me as we go forward in the thinking that we're doing about allocations and the kind of risk that we may have in the market. So that's another story. But the volatility has increased. It took a long time. I don't think this is going away. As markets contract like they did for as long a period as they did, it's my opinion that the volatility cycle is on the rise rather than declining in most markets. So something's up, in my opinion. Economically, I don't know what that is. I do suspect that with the amount of intervention that's taken place in the markets over the years by some of the governments, the U.S. in particular, it's created a circumstance that it can end up being very volatile, in my opinion.
Let me interject real quick there, because I think this is something central to your firm, and we talked about this when we first spoke, is the idea of shocks. And, when these volatile situations start, we can think back to the summer of '07. It was almost foreshadowed what came into '08. Now, of course, I'm not trying to make a prediction or anything. I'm just talking. But the idea of shocks, rubber band snaps, this is something you think about all the time. You're prepared for it. And you knew as a young man, and you saw this happen to other people, you did not want you didn't want to risk your career on price shocks.
Yeah, that's the truth. Well, we still have occasional bumps in the portfolio that certainly cause some sleepless nights. I mean, but look, I mean, the clients have a certain appetite for drawdowns, and if you're within the range that you propose, and if you can adhere to that, you're in good shape. You're doing what you say you're going to do, and that's very, very important when you're endearing trust in a program like ours. So, but yeah, price. I think we could say just in this last week we've had something of a price shock. Every time you see those, you understand where your weaknesses are thoroughly. So that's an area it's a learning. If you can continue trading through that and you're okay, you haven't had a huge drawdown or, hurt your clients very badly, you've learned something. And there are things that you can put into place that will protect you further from these kind of things and these kind of events. And then, of course, you try to think ahead at what can create real problems for the portfolio. But it takes a really thorough knowledge of what's in there and how the portfolios evolve. And there's a lot of production going on in our company, a lot of strategy development, and you have to stay on top of that and really understand what it is that people are implementing in the portfolio, and so to truly understand your risk. But that is it. Look, if I'm building a 50-year track record, and I'm almost halfway there on this, which is, a goal of mine, you have to be able to get through those price shocks. Those are the things that are lurking out there that can thoroughly put you out of business. And you're right. I have seen it before. It could be terrifying.
You started your career as a guy with higher drawdowns, much higher drawdowns.
Mm-hmm.
So you've changed that. I mean, like a complete opposite side of the coin. I mean, you've gone from high drawdown to, I think I was looking today, between a max of, let's say, 15 to 16% on your big portfolio. Yeah,
and it's been a long time since we've seen that. That's a pretty big drawdown. I think that would be a big drawdown now. So, hopefully our risk-adjusted return is improving. But, when I was trading at the beginning, I wasn't thinking about portfolio management, and I wasn't really tuned into what a client would want from a portfolio. So risk-adjusted return has become the primary benchmark measurement for our firm. So certainly we do want to have a consistent return, but a decent return, but we also want to do it in a way that, in a less chaotic way than, say, the S&P, and its long only position in the S&P. We would think that we would be far, far better than that. Our drawdown should be less, and our return should be higher, relatively speaking, than a lot of or any instruments out there. So we really want to be at the top of the risk-adjusted group in the hedge fund world. I think you told me years ago it was, and you might be less today, but 0.02% risk per trade. Yeah, I think it is less actually, because of the more strategies you have, the less you allocate to each one. But that's part of the risk reduction in itself. There's diversification and low correlation between strategies, and the more you can bring on that are truly not correlated, it seems like the better.
I'd love to pick your brain just for a second and pretend this is like an audience question. So the trader out there, the would-be investor, and they love their one market. Perhaps they only fixate on one market, perhaps a currency or perhaps just one equity index. And then when they start to trade, they put these huge amounts of risk on. Maybe they could get 5, 10, 15%, perhaps more into this one market of their net worth. Why don't you talk about, I mean, you've been testing systems and looking at these things for decades. Just give the big picture out of the gate, why that's such a bad thing to do, to be fixated on the one market and to be extending yourself risk-wise. I mean, everyone should know instinctively if you start risking that amount, you can blow yourself out. A couple losing trades and you're gone. I mean, capital's not unlimited.
Well, there's the allure of the profit too on the other side of that. So it can be quite appealing. Visions of change of life and quality of life if you can hit it on that trade. That's a problem. There's a gambling element, gambling mentality that's leading that. But I think this is part of the evolution of any trader. When I started out, I traded, you trade one market with one strategy, if that. You have a partial strategy, undeveloped. So, but as I moved along, what I've done is I've broadened out that and tried to diversify through different markets and strategies. And we're still doing it. And I think we're trading 300 markets now, which is much more than I think when we last talked. That's 300 futures markets and foreign exchange. So, equities presents a whole area of diversification if you do it right for us. For the beginning trader, though, I mean, if you can imagine a discretionary new trader, he doesn't have the knowledge base. He doesn't understand a lot of different strategies. He starts with one strategy. And I heard a quote from Richard Dennis. I think it was in one of the Market Wizards books, that at the beginning of your career, you should be trading the smallest with the least amount of capital on the line, because that's when your knowledge level is the lowest. And as you increase your knowledge base, you can increase your allocation. I think that pretty much says it all. So to a new trader, it should be a learning experiment at the outset. And if you're experimenting, you don't do it with a large amount of your capital. You do it with a very small amount, just maybe represented, or you don't do it with any capital. You just paper trade. But you evolve into a more complex trader if you can stay. Caveat on this is if you can stay in the game to learn. So you don't want to damage yourself. There's a lot of people who just drop by the wayside because they just cannot handle the loss if it's too big. Those traumatizing losses can take you out of the game. And if you're not in the game, you can't learn. So you want to stay in. You want to stay in the game. You do not want to risk so much that it just totally traumatizes you.
Was there a moment in your trading career where you felt like, wow, I'm at the point where I'm at the cliff and this could go drastically wrong? Or did you shift gears completely at some point in time and say, I'm just walking away from, we talked about having steeper drawdowns when you were younger. Is there any kind of moment that you could think back to, that kind of a revelation where you just said, wow, okay, I now know the direction. I see the space where I should be?
I think that when I went and worked Victor Niederhofer's shop, it was very, very clear to me. It was a sort of an integrating moment for me because I could see the research platform that was the best I'd ever seen, bar none, and it was a great team that was working there, and he had hired very, very well, and I was just happier than could be to be working there with someone like Victor. Now, Victor has different risk parameters on his trade. That's another story. But as far as a researcher and a market philosopher, I've never seen anything like Victor Niederhofer. He's an amazing man. And the fellows that work there, a lot of them I work with now. In fact, in my firm, we have 6 or 7 gentlemen that I had met back in the early '90s when I worked there. But whatever the 10 or 12 years when I started in 1980 around the floors of the exchange, when I got to Victor's 12 years later, I had a pool of market knowledge that I'd kind of developed the hard way, and when I brought it into Victor's, it sort of came together for me. I felt confident that I could make something happen in the field. It wasn't that I wasn't profitable previously in the 80s, but it wasn't as consistent as I would have liked.
Might be a good time to interject just as a kind of a side note. And I know this a little bit about Victor's background too, enjoying the philosophy of objectivism. And I believe you do as well. Would you mind commenting on how that has affected your business life, your life in general, your entrepreneurial life?
Well, in the 80s, I think when I started trading, I just got off the tennis circuit. I played in Europe for a few years, played team tennis there. And my philosophy, my view of life was a little bit different, and objectivism, I came across what Atlas Shrugged in 1986 and read that, loved it. What it did for me was, and this is the marvelous thing about Rand's work, is it provides a very clear-cut moral code. In fact, the only one that I've really ever seen that supports what we do, capitalist behavior, the capitalist system. And so for an entrepreneur like myself, I really felt it was essential looking back on it, it was essential to have incorporated that in my life. It changed my thinking. It justified my actions. Markets are very, when you're around the exchanges, you kind of look at your fellow trader, say some of the guys that came off the floor. These are some rough and tumble fellows that were around the Chicago exchanges, and I almost, there were times when I wondered whether this was really what my calling should be. In fact, a couple of times in the 80s, I went and interviewed for jobs as a tennis pro, and thank God they didn't hire me because I may have been doing that. Of course, I would have found out quickly enough that probably wasn't what I wanted to do after all. When I ran across Ayn Rand's work, it was an integrating moment for me also, and it led me to Victor. Now, Victor has variations on his own position philosophically, and we all have our different views of things. Essentially, he was a free market thinker, and we met because of that, and plus he was a racket guy, and he liked tennis players, so that I went out and played tennis with him quite a bit at the beginning. It was an entry, along with my book. It was an entry into the Victor Niederhofer's world. But those are huge, I think, very, very important moments for me. I can't say enough about it. And it's still an important. You really can't justify, I don't think. It's very hard to. There's a lot of confusion, I think, philosophically, and look at the regulatory groups out there and the people clamoring the newest book on Flash Boys and the beatings that traders are taking at just about any level. And how do you combat that in any way without some sort of sound philosophical underpinning? And I think Rand's philosophy provides that. It's an excellent moral code, in my opinion. It's a sane moral code.
Let me add back just one little bit on Victor, and I think it's interesting that everyone can read the press accounts from the last 15 years and whatnot, and many of those ended up being negative. And of course, he runs a very popular site, and a lot of people contribute there. But I think what's interesting is how many notable traders cut their teeth there. I mean, his brother, for one, many others that you could name off. So it's really interesting how many people really gained a toehold and a foundation. You could argue that you guys in some ways were another version of Turtles, perhaps, just a completely different setup. But I mean, there's a lot of people that came from being around him to have great success.
Well, yeah, Richard Dennis, I think when he had his experiment on whether he could train traders out of, create traders out of nothing, he brought in the original Turtles, and I think that was fascinating. The one commonality is that they're quantitative. Victor was running a business. He needed to hire people, and what happened is that it was a quantitative shop primarily. You learned the ropes when you went in there. You were you work with the master. He was a powerful intellect. When you worked with him, he was a professorial. He was tough. But he was a real teacher. Now, the Turtles are, I don't know. I don't know as much about that. But as far as the fanfare around them, I think some of those guys have done very, very well. They have a lot of volatility in their portfolios. But they are generally all quantitative, and that's the real similarity. And you can teach quantitative work. It's something that is transferable, I think. Developing a portfolio is a little tougher. Victor never really taught portfolio development. I think Richard Dennis may have more. They diversified through many, many markets right at the outset, and I think that was some of the portfolio work that I do started with his allocation concepts that I drew from the readings and some of the Turtles that did talk about it. So there's basic allocation methods. It's a good starting point when you're allocating to a lot of different markets. But I'm lucky because I met a lot of these fellows. Monroe Trout was also came out of Niederhofer, which is probably of any of the graduates, he's the most successful. And we don't hear about him much anymore. He's theoretically retired, but he was brilliant and did a fantastic job of building a business.
Hold on. Theoretically retired.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I can't tell.
We'll leave it at that.
So anyway, he's a great example. But we have, like I said, we have 4 or 5 portfolio managers in our firm that all came out of Victor's, and some of the best, I think, other than Monroe or Roy. So it's rewarding. It's a great group to work with. It's a wonderful sort of intellectual environment that we have that I'm very comfortable with. When I first started, I was a little lonely. I missed the guys at Victor's because there was a camaraderie and a very interesting. It was an interesting group of guys, and luckily I've been able to bring them on as time has gone by.
Hey, Toby, you mentioned 300 futures contracts today, and I think since we've been talking some of the quant style at the longer time frame, trend following models, and some of the shorter term models. For example, some of the guys that you mentioned that you got to know from Victor Niederhofer's shop. Talk about I think there's another commonality there, which is the liquid futures markets. So many of the traders that everyone reads about and all the books, the Market Wizards books, futures trading. There was a tangible liquid. I mean, why don't you talk about futures trading for a second?
Well, I think it's the most liquid markets that we can trade, and I think that there's central clearing, there's objectivity. I think things are extremely visible. We can liquidate our positions very quickly if we need to. That's comforting, I think, to the clients. I think a lot of the best traders started there, or they gravitated towards these very, very liquid instruments, and their strategies were worked around very liquid trading instruments, and I think it's no mistake. I mean, you look at some of the most successful traders out there: Paul Jones, Louis Bacon, Monroe Trout.
The list goes on. Paul Jones, Bruce Kovner,
Jim Simons,
David Harding, everybody. Yeah,
they trade a lot of equities, but that's an evolution. I think they started with the futures markets in a lot of cases. So it's a great place to learn. It looks like there's opportunity there to a trader, I think, when they first enter the trading world.
You're a pretty ambitious guy, Toby. We talked about that years back. Give some inspiration to people out there. I think sometimes people think that there's this tried and true method. There's this system that you can follow for life. If you just work for this guy, everything will happen. But as you've talked about in this conversation, it's not that. There's no straight line. There's no do this and you will win. But I think a lot of it, if anyone's listening to you, it's persistence. It's just drive. It's find that passion, find that calling, and stick to it, and know you're going to take body punches. You're going to take gut shots, and it's how you pick yourself up.
Well, yeah, and try not to get hit too hard. Stay in the game so you can learn. The learning process. Look, we're all going to make mistakes. One of the most important things for me is that I was very clear. I needed to learn. I needed to feel that I could develop and get better. So my market IQ could expand and improve, and my understanding of the business could expand, and I could get better at it. It wasn't a static place for me. I think that and that's what has happened. I learned. And I think that we all do that. We have to know that at the beginning we don't have as much. We may be very, 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 very bright people that come to the markets. I can't tell you how many PhDs in the sciences are being hired now by these firms to come in and do research. We do it ourselves. We really look for scientists and people that have great quantitative skills. But without market knowledge, there's they don't really have anything. So that has to be developed, and you have to be able. Mastery doesn't come in a year or two. It's a relatively long process. It seems like maybe a 10-year minimum anyway. If you're going to get to a point, by the way, I mentioned that I don't think I've mastered this quite yet. I still have more work to do.
Hold on, the 25-year track record says something. I'm not
little,
sure what, but it says something.
Yeah, it's not bad. But look, I think we're really just that idea of trying to improve. In order to do that, you have to be passionate about what you're doing. You really have to love your work. It is your passion. So without this sort of constant fascination with what the market is, for me in this area, I think it's true in any profession. You find what you love and be thorough about that, and then you master it over time. And I really don't. There are certain limitations that we have on the planet. It's wonderful what we can do as human beings. I mean, we can actually get smarter by building our pool of knowledge, make better decisions through practice. I mean, trading isn't much different than hitting a combination of underspin and topspin backhands. You have to hit thousands of them, and you get better and better at it. That's what we do, and I think that it's sort of the human condition. And finding your passion and then mastering it, I think, is one of the highest levels of what we do, what we humans do on the planet. So it's I hope that conveys
No, it does. Listen, I appreciate you taking the time today. I could keep you all day and just keep chit-chatting about all kinds of stuff. I do have one kind of last, we could keep talking, but I have one last thing I really kind of would love to touch on. And you've talked a little bit about who you admire and some of mentors, and we talked a little bit about that. I'm curious, though, for people out there, trading, business, philosophy. Clearly, you have a very strong philosophical perspective. What books do you really admire? What have you loved to read over the decades?
Well, if it's about markets, I think you have to look at Jack Schwager's Market Wizard books. I think it gives you a great view of some really great traders. I think that's inspiring stuff. Reading about the highest levels of the profession. I think it's really, really important. It's the inspiration, that's the food you need to go forward. I have to say, Ayn Rand's work, I think, the introduction to the OPAR, I think they call it, or they have a general text on the objectivist philosophy that Leonard Peikoff edited and wrote, and it's a wonderful book, and I think it gives a very clear exposition of sort of the laissez-faire approach and the philosophy of objectivism, which I think is so helpful to anybody out there. What other books? Of course, Atlas Shrugged I thought was wonderful.
I'll interject one here as we're along this line of thinking. I'm calling you from Saigon today. So Vietnamese girlfriend, I bought her the other day. She speaks and reads English, but I bought her the Vietnamese version of The Fountainhead, and she went through it faster than lightning. She seemed to really enjoy it.
We have a winner there.
Yeah.
That's great. That's a great book.
If you get through The Fountainhead fast and you love it, I agree, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I would also recommend Victor Hugo's work. It's some of the most beautifully written stuff and inspiring things that I've ever read. So, but at any rate, that's all part of our mastery, is reading as much as we possibly can. It's something it may be a lost art these days, but with all the electronic stuff.
I'll still take a physical book over a Kindle any day of the week. I don't mind searching for something on the Kindle that's great, but I'd rather have I can read faster with a physical book. Everyone can, I would think.
You must be over 40.
Yes. Hey, Toby, listen, it was great chatting. Hopefully we can talk again in the future sometime. I'd love to have you back on. We could, I think people are just going to enjoy this conversation.
Sure. We'll do 10-year checkups if you want.
Well, I'm going to have to bring it lower than 10. We can't do that. It's too long.
I'll be here.
I know you love giving some good philosophical bents, though. So, hey, people can go to check out your firm at Crable.com, correct?
I believe that's right. Crable, something. Crable.
They'll figure it out. They'll figure it out.
Something.
Yeah, they'll figure it out. They'll figure it
It's
out.
not a solicitation.
No. I'm just informational purposes. Don't send any crazy things to Toby and all that kind of fun stuff. So,
buy my next book.
Is one coming?
Yeah, I think I'm working on it. I've got a few years into it now, so it should. The former book will be an appendix in the new book. So and then it will be updated. But there's a whole storyline on that too. I think I will publish something down the road here. I'm working on it.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah. Hey, Toby, it was good chatting with you again, and I appreciate you taking the time today.
Thanks, Mike.
Hey, take care.
Now for my third guest, Robert Aumann, the Nobel Prize winner in game theory.
Got my first degree at City College of New York, and I did a doctorate at MIT. After that, yes, it's true. After that, I did a postdoctorate at Princeton, 2 years. Yeah.
And that's where I was going. What I was going at was at Princeton. That was where you had a chance to either meet or hear John Nash, and that was your first exposure to game theory.
No, that's also not quite correct. My first, I met John Nash not at Princeton, but at MIT, where I did my doctorate. Nash had left Princeton at that time already, Nash had left Princeton. He did his doctorate, and he came to MIT in 54, if I'm not mistaken. No, in 53, in fact. He came to MIT in 53 after completing his doctorate at Princeton, and I was at MIT between 50 and 54. In 54, I went to Princeton, but Nash was no longer there. However, I did meet Nash and interact with him while in the academic year 53-54, when we were both at MIT.
Okay. Well, I was just trying to lay some background, and excuse me if I got a few dates off, but I just wanted to kind of, for the audience, to let them know a little bit of your background before we get into, just to let you, look, I've got a fairly sophisticated audience, but when it comes to game theory, and you know this all too well, there is a certain amount of effort that you've put into your career to go down this path. And what I'd like for you to do from the very beginning is perhaps to talk about what game theory is trying to accomplish. And also, as you're explaining that, talk about the idea of rationality. I think the way you talk about rationality, sometimes these days people say, oh, it's irrational, it's rational. I think what's really interesting when I read your work is how you say, hey, hold on, rational is not necessarily ethical or moral. So perhaps you could touch on some of these basic issues before we jump in.
Let's address that question first, and afterwards we'll get back to the question of what is game theory trying to accomplish.
Okay.
So actually, I have an article with exactly that title: "What is game theory trying to accomplish?" But first, let me face this issue of rationality. Rationality. From the point of view of economics, the economic definition of rationality, and this applies to all interactive situations, not only economic ones, but also political, international, business. Rational means a person is rational if he promotes his own goals to the best extent of his knowledge. In other words, as far as he knows, he is promoting his own goals. Okay? Given his knowledge, he is promoting his own goals. That's rational. It's not logical thinking. It's not science. It's not any of that stuff. Yeah? It's not the daily use of the word. It's something else. And a student of mine put this very nicely. He gave an example of a person who's walking along the street and a black cat crosses his path, and he spits. So according to the usual definition of rationality, he's superstitious, and he is acting irrationally by spitting. Yes, why spit when a black cat crosses your path? It's a superstition. So that's irrational. But according to the economic definition of rationality, he is in fact irrational if he does not spit. Yes, because by spitting, he is, according to the best of his belief and knowledge, he is promoting his goals, which means because otherwise he believes that something bad will happen to him if he does not spit. So if he does not spit, he's acting irrationally. So this is the difference between the definition of rationality as it is in economics and in game theory and in everyday parlance. Let's get back to your first question. What is game theory trying to accomplish? Game theory is an analysis of interactive situations in which people are striving to, entities, not necessarily people, different entities interact with each other. What each one does affects what the other one gets, and each one is trying to promote his own goals. So each one is rational. He's trying to promote his own goals, and he is taking into account that the other players are also trying to promote their goals, not his goals, but their goals.
Going back in time, I think it's really interesting in looking at your work, discussions of Cold War diplomacy, current international relations, and I was thinking the idea of a strategy matrix, because people make the point before we would always know what we can do, but now the idea is to think what we can both do and put the shoes on at the same time.
The idea is that in analyzing an interactive situation, a game, it's important to analyze it from above, not from your point of view. What should I do? Yes, but simultaneously, given the possibilities, given that are open to all the participants, all the players in this game, what possibilities are open to them, and what should each one do given the possibilities that he has and that the other one has. And he must take into account that each player must take into account that the other player is also maximizing, is also trying to do the best that he can for himself. That's the idea of the strategy matrix, and like my colleague Tom Schelling said, this way of looking at things rather than what should I do, saying what should we both do? What is good for him? What is good for me? What is good for him given what is good for me, and so on. Looking at it symmetrically, not only two players, also more players. This is one of the central important ideas of game theory.
And your career is about bringing mathematical tools to that end.
Yeah, my mathematical tools for thinking about these things, yes. Conceptual tools. I don't like the word mathematics, yes. I mean, it's a beautiful word, and I'm a mathematician. I'm proud of it. But mathematics is not the point. The point is thinking about this coherently, okay? Thinking about it coherently and developing tools, conceptual tools, to formulate these ideas and then eventually to analyze them, okay? Physicists, all kinds of scientists use mathematics, and we use mathematics also, but mathematics is a tool. It's not an end in itself.
Professor, can I jump into a few kind of examples that I think my audience can relate to? And geopolitics gives some great ways where we can go in a discussion of game theory. And I think there's current situations in the world today that are fairly hot. And for example, we were talking about rationality. And when I look at the media coverage of something like Ukraine and Vladimir Putin, people might say, well, he's irrational. And my thought, hold on, he's being perfectly rational for his situation. And
sure.
Yeah, and I think that's probably...
Sure, and I think Iran also, I think a even more apt example, people often say that Ahmadinejad is irrational, he's crazy, and so on. He's not crazy. He doesn't do what we want, but he's not crazy. He's highly rational, and I think one has to take this into account, absolutely. And as you say, Putin also. By the way, I have my doubts about American policy in the Ukraine. I think if one wants to maintain a world peace, I think Putin's reaction to Ukraine is in a way, maybe not only rational, but also understandable, okay? Let's put it that way. We would not be very happy if in Mexico Putin suddenly made a Russian revolution in Mexico or in Canada. Yes, it's not. I think there are accepted spheres of influence. The Ukrainian revolution is rocking the boat.
as we talk about conflict, geopolitics, I saw you make some comments, and it's very logical and it makes perfect sense. I think people don't want to accept this, and I'm paraphrasing a little, so forgive me. But if you want peace, prepare for war. If somebody sends a shell over at you, send a shell back. If you're ready for war, there's no fight. If you cry peace, you end up fighting. But you look at that not only just in opinion terms, you get into the game theory is getting at those types of ideas, like, as you say, with the conceptual framework.
When you look at the search for peace, President Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize in 2009. Obama is a smart kid. He made a speech in Oslo on the 10th of December 2009, acceptance speech of the Nobel Peace Prize, in which he said the belief that peace is desirable is rarely enough to achieve it. And this was an understatement, and he understands very well the mechanics of these things, and what he was saying is just yelling peace, peace does not only does not necessarily bring about peace, it may bring about war. We all want peace, yes, and nobody wants peace more than we here in Israel do, yeah. But also Americans and Europeans and everybody wants peace, yes. The question is exactly what Obama said. The belief that peace is desirable is rarely enough to achieve it. Wanting peace doesn't get you peace, okay? What gets you peace? Well, who are the world champions in peace? The world champions who are, when I want to play good soccer, I go to Germany and they are the world champions in soccer, and I see how they play, okay? If I want to play good baseball, I see who won the last World Series and I look at their strategies. If I want peace, I go and I look at the world champions of peace in all of history. You tell me, who are the world champions of peace in all of history?
Where is there any enduring peace? That doesn't happen, does it? There is no enduring peace. Where is there enduring peace, really?
Well, there are places where there is enduring peace, yeah. For example, Switzerland. Okay? Right? Little country. Yeah. They've been at peace for several hundred years. That's quite something.
They have a great location, they know how to ski, and they have guns.
Skiing, I think, is not that important here. Yeah. Although it plays a role, yeah. And the location is also, lots of places have good locations, yeah, and they're not at peace. They have guns. They have jet planes. They have holes in the mountains. I often vacation in Switzerland. You vacation in Switzerland, whether it's in the winter or in the summer, you have the jet planes screaming overhead. What the hell do they need jet planes screaming overhead for? Why do they need fighter planes, yeah? Nobody's bothering them, right? Why do they need fighter planes? Why? It's crazy. Spend all that money. People spend a month every couple of years in military duty and reserve service. The reason is that that's why nobody bothers them. Okay? And I'll give one more example. The biggest, after the Swiss really have had several hundred years of peace, but in a big way, the biggest champions of peace in world history are the Romans. The Pax Romana, the Roman peace, lasted for 239 years. 239 years, the whole Western world was at peace. Never, nothing. It's unbelievable, yeah. But that's what it was. And you know what their motto was? Their motto was, Si vis pacem para bellum, which means if you want peace, prepare for war. That's what it means. And that preparation for war is in tanks, it's in guns, like you said, it's in jet planes, it's in drones, in whatever you want, but not only there. It's in another place also. It's in your head, and you have to be willing to say, and you have to mean it. You have to mean it. You know what, fellas? We want peace. But if you want to fight, let's fight, okay? And if you can say that and mean it, then you don't have to fight.
One of the things I wanted to jump into was the 2008, 2009 bailouts, the rescues. And, obviously these types of things always invite the next crisis. But from your perspective, your wisdom, and maybe looking at this from a game theory conceptual framework, how do you look at the bailouts, the rescues that happened during that period of time?
Well, the bailouts are not a good thing. It's just like you said. It gives the incentives to companies to take risks because if you take a risk and if it works out well, you put the money in your pocket, and if it works out poorly, you'll get bailed out. So you won't make any money, but you won't lose any money either. So it distorts the incentives. Incentives are to take more risks when bailouts are. On the other hand, when you have big firms, control a lot of the economy, a failure of a firm like that can really spell trouble. So, I don't want to second guess Bernanke. It could be that at least some of these bailouts were not a good thing, but they were something bad that had to be done to prevent worse from happening. I don't want to go all like that, but in principle, you're quite right. Bailouts are a bad thing, it's because they give the wrong incentive. The answer is not to have too much of the economy in the hands of a small number of firms. Yes, maybe that's easier said than done, but that's the principle to strive to, so you don't have to make bailouts. The company fails. It fails. That's it, and that will create the incentives to be careful. Okay, not to take undue risks. Which I think you got to do that through incentives and not through regulation. Okay, you can't go and say to a bank, or you can, but you shouldn't go and say to a bank, hey, you can't lend more, or you can't have a leverage rate over such and such. You shouldn't do that. The bank should set its own leverage rates. It's important to have transparency. In other words, you have to say, hey, this is my leverage rate, and this is how much I'm lending, and this is to who I'm lending, and so on. It's very important to have transparency. But beyond that, I don't think these things should be regulated for. But, like I say, sometimes you got to do things which are not optimal either. The main thing is to maintain competition. This is very, very, the regulation should be limited to maintaining competition, which means not having too few large firms controlling the economy. And, of course, for honesty, transparency, that's what regulation should be limited to.
I know you said you don't want to second guess Bernanke. I won't ask you to do that, but I'm imagining there's a side of you that deep in your stomach just doesn't like what happened in terms of the bailouts and the rescues. And I'm curious if there's a side of you that would have been curious to see what would have happened. Would it have truly been a meltdown, or?
I don't know. I don't know. How can you tell? I don't know. Like I said, you're quite right. Yes, there's something deep down inside me that doesn't like the bailouts. You're quite right, and I set that forth in my previous statement. But I can understand that, somebody who's really running the show like Bernanke was, you've got to be a little careful, not to... you gotta be a little careful not to rock the boat too much. Yeah.
Behavioral economics, quite a few advances, if one could say, in the last 10, 15 years. Some Nobel Prizes handed out. But I've seen you make the comment about artificial lab setups and not liking that. I wonder if you might expand some on your perception of behavioral economics, how you see it, limitations, pros, cons?
First of all, there haven't been a number of Nobel Prizes. There's been one, okay? One, Danny Kahneman, okay? There haven't been a number. One is a number, of course, but let's set that.
I guess you could say Vernon Smith, though.
And that Nobel Prize is very interesting because it's not really a Nobel Prize. Like my Nobel Prize, it's not a full Nobel Prize. It's half a Nobel Prize, right? I shared my Nobel Prize with Tom Schelling, so I got half, okay? And Danny Kahneman also got half of the Nobel Prize. Now let's look at the other half, okay? What's the other half of that Nobel Prize in 2002? The other half is Von Smith. Okay, now what did Danny Kahneman show? Danny Kahneman showed, together with Amos Tversky, that people really behave irrationally. They don't behave in accordance with the dictates of economic theory. They have certain rules of behavior that govern their this anchoring, endowment effect, representative heuristic, all kinds of things like that. Yes. Now, that's what he showed. People do not behave in accordance with economic theory. And he did it with polls, with questionnaires, with lab experiments, that kind of thing. What about the other half? What about Von Smith? Got a little less press, yes. What about his part of the Nobel Prize? Well, it's very interesting because he showed the opposite, yeah. He showed that economic theory does work, yeah. He did lab experiments on people, and it turned out that economic theory works just fine, yes. And he himself was surprised, yeah. You read his Nobel speech, you find that he himself was surprised to find how well economic theory works in the laboratory. One guy shows that economic theory does not work, and the other guy shows that economic theory does work, and they share a Nobel Prize. I mean, you could understand the Nobel Committee saying, well, we believe one and we don't believe the other, but you can't say we believe them both and we're going to give them both a Nobel Prize. That doesn't seem to make sense. So what's the answer? What was going on over there? And the answer is that the Nobel Prize was not given for the conclusions. It was given for the methodology, which was new in economics. Not actually entirely new, because experiments were carried on in game theory and in economics for many decades. But these two guys, Vern Smith and Danny Kahneman, who's a good friend of mine, they really brought it to full flower, one might say. Or at least, yeah, well, let's see. There were other people also, yeah, like, but those two were chosen by the Nobel Committee to represent those two sides. The prize was given for the introduction and use of this methodology, okay, which was an important methodology in economics, and the committee wanted to emphasize this. But still, the question remains: how can they have shown opposite things? Yes, how can they have made convincing cases for two things that contradict each other? And the answer is that they don't contradict each other. They are both basically right. Both Kahneman and Vern Smith are right. How can that be? And here now I'm going to tell you how it can be. Kahneman took the exceptional case. Okay? He showed that in exceptional cases, people behave irrationally. Or let me put that more precisely. He said that people developed rules of thumb. Tversky and Kahneman call these rules of thumb heuristics. They develop heuristics. People do not make explicit calculations. They do not optimize. Rather, they develop heuristics for how to act in the real world. And these heuristics usually work fine. They usually give optimal results. They usually give results that are rational. Not that the process is rational, but the results are rational. And these heuristics are chosen because the results are rational, usually. And they say this themselves in their original 1974 article in the magazine Science. They said these heuristics usually work fine. But occasionally, they misfire when they are misapplied, when they are applied to unusual situations, which the practitioner, the man in the field, the subject of the experiment is not used to, then they may give, and often do give, systematically irrational results. And Vern Smith, what he showed was that when you take the usual case, the situation to which the heuristic is meant to apply, and when you do that, then economic theory works fine. So their results do not contradict each other at all. Yeah. First of all, they didn't get the prize for the results. They got the prize for the methodology. And second of all, their results do not contradict each other. And I'm fully go along with that stuff. Yes, I go along with Smith and with Kahneman, because I say that, right, people do not consciously optimize. They develop heuristics for dealing with all kinds of situations, yeah? And these heuristics usually work well. Yeah, I call it rule rationality. They develop rules of behavior, and the rules are, as a rule, they are rational. So that's my response to that question.
Listen, I have one more question for you, if you can. And I want to kind of go back in time a little bit. And I've seen, in going and preparing to talk to you, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, which is the idea of, professional diplomats. They don't really think in terms of payoffs and outcomes. But I would like for you, and maybe even to use a historical example, something like the Cuban Missile Crisis, and how that crisis, how game theory entered that crisis, how the conceptual frameworks that have become part of your life entered that crisis. And if you could comment on something, look, it's a big subject. We could talk for a long time. I could pick your brain all day about that subject. But I wonder if you might be able to give a big overview in a short bit of time.
Well, Tom Schelling, in his Nobel acceptance speech, that speech was called The Amazing 60 Years. And this was in the winter of in December of 05, late fall of 05. And so the 60 years was started in 1945. And what was amazing about that period from 45 to 05 is something that did not happen. And what did not happen was that an atomic weapon was not exploded in anger for 60 years. For 60 years there have been atomic weapons in the international arena, and not once was an atomic weapon exploded in anger. So that was the title of his Nobel acceptance speech. And Tom himself had a lot to do with that, by the way, because he was a game theorist and he was an influential figure in Washington during much of that period. What was going on really in the Cold War? What made it happen that those 60 years, those amazing 60 years really did happen, yes, or did not happen, yes, that event that he was talking about did not happen. Well, what brought that about? Well, a lot of people during that period were for nuclear disarmament, okay, and there was a lot of talk about, a lot of agitation for nuclear disarmament. During that entire period, I remember being in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and seeing a bumper sticker on a car that said, one nuclear explosion could ruin your whole day. Now, of course, that was meant to be amusing, and it was amusing. It's a nice quip. But it was symptomatic of the agitation that was during that entire period for nuclear disarmament. Now, the truth is that what kept the world from entering into the abyss of turning the Cold War into a hot war, what kept the world from that was the presence of nuclear weapons. It is paradoxical. It's paradoxical that the presence of nuclear weapons can, not to disarm, the armament, yeah, can prevent a Holocaust. And how does that happen? What was it that prevented World War III? What prevented World War III is that for, I would say over 40 years, or just well over 40, somewhat over 40 years, from about late 40s to late 80s, 40 years, there were bombers carrying nuclear weapons in the air. In the air, okay? 24 hours a day, 365 days a year for 40 years. 365 days a year, including Christmas. Okay, so all the time there were nuclear bombers in the air. And that's what prevented the war, okay? That sounds funny, to have bombers in the air, and that's what prevents the war, but that is what happened, and that's game theory, okay? That is game theory, and I think that played a role in the Cuban Missile Crisis also, probably. And the Cuban Missile Crisis was a very, very serious affair. I thought the world was coming to an end. Might very well come to an end. Not in a year, but in 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah. It was very, very serious. Kennedy, I'm not sure that I would have had the guts to play it the way he played it, but he did, and cooler heads, namely Khrushchev, prevailed, and it came out okay. I think another interesting insight from that period was the shelter construction, the fallout shelter construction craze in 1960-61. I was before the Cuban Missile Crisis. There was a craze of building fallout shelters in the United States. People would build these shelters, and they would equip them with food and drink and so on, and also machine guns not to keep the Russians out, but to keep the neighbors out. And this, this continued for a period, I don't know, several months or a year or two. Then it died down. Now this fallout building, shelter building craze created a very serious detente between the United States and Russia. The Russians considered this an aggressive act. Now, how can building a fallout shelter be considered aggressive? But you see, for this you need game theory. When you build a fallout shelter, you are reducing your vulnerability. That's the word I was looking for. You are reducing your vulnerability to attack on the other side. But the attack on the other side is just like I was explaining up to now, that's what was keeping the peace. So this was considered an aggressive move. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
This has been helpful.
Yeah, it's great. I appreciate you taking the time today. It's a privilege, and I think you probably lived your life like this, giving back to other people and teaching. I feel privileged to have had a little bit of time with you to learn in the last couple days. So I thank you.
Okay, my pleasure.
Thank you.
Be well.
Be well.
Thank you.
My fourth guest on this eclectic episode, author extraordinaire, Ryan Holiday.
Hey, Ryan, how are you?
Doing very well. How are you?
Not too bad. Let me tell you how I came to find you today. So a young guy that I know, he's in his 20s. He's working on his first book. And I had read the manuscript, and this isn't to pick on him or anything, but it was kind of a take on how jobs are kind of going by the way of the dinosaur, and take care of yourself, be an entrepreneur, all that kind of fun stuff. But his big picture theme, his main thing, wasn't even at the standard of a Seth Godin or a James Altucher. And then I saw your piece about writing, 3 books in 3 years, having something to say. And I said, plus everything you write, I always go, damn, I kind of lived part of this, but he's saying it better and giving me instruction on how I can do it better than I've already done 5 books. So that's why I wanted to talk today.
Awesome. Yeah, let's do it. It's funny. No, the reason I wanted to jump on this too is I'm actually doing a book on book marketing for Penguin that I haven't started thinking about yet. So hopefully this will be a step in the right direction.
Well,
for me.
like you say, it's a tough slog. I mean, it's not easy doing a book, and there's a lot of crappy advice out there.
Totally.
The best place to start, literally, is perhaps even where you start, I look at my Mac, it's just folders and folders, and I haven't even got to the good note card system yet, but to always be researching, and I'm always clipping, I'm always filing something, finding something, saving something. I've been doing this for like 15 years. Talk about the idea of always researching.
So I think what's interesting is that people think writing a book is like putting words down, and that's certainly part of it, but if you don't know what it is that you are actually trying to say, and you don't have the source material to be able to back up what you're saying, I find that you end up droning on, and you don't make your points in a compelling way. Like I was talking to this author recently who told me he'd written 150,000 words for a book, that was supposed to be 60,000 words. And he just figured out what the book was going to be after writing that. And so obviously, like, my heart breaks for this person, because since he hadn't researched properly, since his life hadn't been an accumulation of ideas or potential resources or examples or stories that he would use in the book, he was just sort of making it up as he goes along. And as a result, he ends up doing way more work than he actually needs to do. And I think, you know, if you're sitting down, let's say you have a book contract or you're self-publishing a book, that process might be a year, right? You know, that from the idea to the published book, that might be a year. Well, that's great, but if you want a book that really lasts, it should be the accumulation of years or decades of knowledge. And so I'm always researching for, like, potential book ideas. I'm collecting stories or anecdotes that might work for an idea I might have for a book. And these things are very flexible, but I'm accumulating lots and lots of material that I can winnow down for a book rather than trying to find it on the fly.
Do you think your associate was burdened by the fantasy that you must compose every word yourself? Whereas, look, a lot of people have come before us, clearly, and I look at your influences go back a couple thousand years. So I think a lot of people have a hard time with the idea of taking other people's pearls of wisdom, their thoughts, and bringing that forward to a next level. So many people seem to want to invent this out of whole cloth.
Yeah, you know what? I think that's a big part of it. And then the other big part of it is, I think we have this drama or narrative around what a writer is supposed to be and look like. You know, there's that Hemingway quote where, like, you know, a writer sits down at their typewriter and bleeds. And so people think that writing is this sort of sexy, emotional thing. And it can be, but it's also a lot of work, and it's also the art of persuasion and rhetoric and all these things that take a lot of skill. I think people are so caught up on the passionate side of things, or the fun parts, that they don't do the work. They don't do the equation that you were just doing there, which is think about whether the best way to convince someone of what you're trying to convince them of is to marshal, you know, anecdotes and stories from history or from research, or it's to tell them, you know, a story that you made up off the top of your head. It's really about sitting there and thinking, what's the best way to sell what I'm trying to sell? And by that, I mean, like, sell it to the reader who needs to believe it. What's the best way to do that? And be willing to put in the work to make that happen.
I look at the author of the Harry Potter books. She's so good that you think she just started on word one and never stopped till the end. But that's not
totally.
That's not her process. Her process is chunking things and then putting it all together so it's seamless and it fools the audience, but that's not really what she did to get there.
Yeah, and like, people think this is like, and I definitely think this is much more seductive in the sort of fiction space, particularly fantasy. It's like, oh, she's just got this great imagination. She's pulling this out of her, you know, out of her mind. It's so beautiful. She has a degree in the classics, right? Like, this is fictionalized, but she's using stories and plot lines from the greats and then reimagining them. It's not that she is a creative genius that's pulling this out of thin air. She has a foundation that she's building on, and I think all writers need to do that.
Let's talk about one of the second point. You've kind of already touched on it, but like, to know where you're going and have a plan. And I mean, I could think back to my second book. It was so easy because I had done so many years of research. I was like, oh, I know what the 12 chapters is going to be. Boom, 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 boom. And it just filled right in.
Totally. Yeah. Like, so with my book on Stoicism, people are like, oh, how long did it take you to write this? And it's like, about 3 months, which is a very short amount of time, except for I was researching and organizing and planning the book for 7 years. So the writing is the easy part in my eyes. It's the having the plan. It's creating the outline. It's, you know, marshaling the set pieces that you're going to use for the book that the hard work is done. And so, you know, one of the things I see with people who self-publish that's a disadvantage is that at least when you're traditionally publishing, you have to create a proposal and you have to fully sketch out the book from beginning to end to get someone to give you money to go make that book. And anyone who's ever traditionally published knows how difficult this is, to be able to convincingly argue and speak about a book that you haven't written forces you to imagine all the different pieces that are going to go into it. And that's why the plan is so important. And I don't start writing until I have this plan and I have these things sketched out. So I'm not blindly going down alleys and I'm not going off on these tangents that I don't end up being able to use.
Look, if you've got the research, then you have the depth and you are so 100% accurate. And I think that's why I look at my stage, I look at your writing and I look at this particular piece and I love it because you're saying writing is the easy part. And there's surely people that are going to hear you say that and go, yeah, whatever, da-da-da. You are 100% accurate. The hard part is finding all the nuggets, the morsels, the pieces, the connective tissue. They're going to go into it. Once you have all that, you can sit down and, like you said, 90 days you did your book.
Right. And look, it's not that writing is easy, but it's easy compared to figuring out what you want to have to say. It's like, think about it. If you were forced to just fill up lots of pages, you would just ramble on and ramble on. Like, putting down words is not difficult, but the right words in the right way, saying the right things, to paraphrase Aristotle, that's the hard part. And that's what separates a decent book from a really amazing sort of perennial selling book.
Hey, talk about the idea of using everything as fuel, life experiences, whatever happened that day, and how it all comes in. And as your mentor said to you, it's all material. Talk about this notion of all material. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so that came from Robert Greene, who people don't know. Robert Greene, he wrote The 48 Laws of Power. He wrote his first book, which has now sold like 2 million copies. He wrote it when he was like in his 40s, his early 40s. So you would think like, oh, did he just waste the first 40 years of his life not being the writer that he needed to become? And it's like, no, those experiences, having dead-end jobs, working in Hollywood, doing these things, those were the experiences that fueled and underlie the anecdotes and stories in the 48 Laws of Power. And so I think about this too. I think it goes back to the first point about research, which is everything that you're experiencing should be sublimated and transferred into the work that you're doing. And that's how a work feels personal. You want the reader to feel like this really spoke to me, but you don't want to have to, we're not trying to, to hit it on the nose here every time. You want this book to feel natural and personal and real. And you do that by going through your experience. So I'm working on a book right now, and then I'm, dealing with some stuff in my private life. I'm not saying, here's what I'm dealing with in my private life. I'm trying to take those experiences that I'm having right now, universalize them, and then put them into the work in a subtle way. And in a weird way, this makes the difficulty that I'm going through have some meaning or purpose, because it's like, it was really shitty and I wish that hadn't happened. But at the same time, this super powerful paragraph on page 27 came directly from that unpleasantness. At least I got something from it.
I have a feeling that we both have a similar problem that probably drives some people nuts, and that is the constant observation. I always observe myself. I observe everything around, and there's lessons and anecdotes everywhere, every day, every minute, and it's up to you to look at it, observe, take note, memorize it, write it down, and save it, and utilize it at some point in time in your life, perhaps if you have a book goal.
Yeah, and look, one of my sort of twists on that is I try to write on a pretty regular weekly basis as well online, and I'm trying to talk about these experiences as they're happening. And then the ones that do really well, that clearly resonate with people, I make another note, and then I think about whether that needs to be transferred or elaborated on in a book form. So I'm always, it's not only everything that happens to you is material, but some material is better than other material. And if you test it, you can find out what gets the best response. And that's how you know that you've struck a nerve or maybe discovered a market.
Before I go to number 4 in this particular blog post of yours that we're talking about, everybody should check it out. It's called The Strategies That Helped Me Write 3 Books in 3 Years. I want to go to one quick note, though, from another blog post of yours, and you were referencing a tip that you got from Tucker Max about listening to the same song over and over again. Now, I'm just talking about the pure act of writing, sitting down at the computer. Talk about the idea of listening to the same song over and over again.
Yeah, so obviously, whatever was going to work for different people is going to work for different people. But personally, I find that the way that I sort of pull writing out of myself is to get in this place where my sort of subconscious is activated by
the zone.
Yeah, or a flow state or whatever you want to call it. And I tend to find this by I listen to very weird kinds of music. I'm usually sort of very hook centric songs, and I listen to them over and over and over again. I'm trying to pull up my computer. This song I've been listening to as of this morning has 189 plays, and I probably bought it 2 days ago. So I listen to it a bunch of times. I totally tune out, and then by tuning out, I'm getting connected with something inside myself that lets me pull the writing out. Now, it's not I'm just inspired and this is magically coming to me. I'm using the note cards, I'm using the research that I've done, but I'm also getting in a place where there's very little else that I'm thinking about or focusing on or being distracted by.
Yeah, and that's the ultimate word, distraction. It's almost impossible to write a book if you've got distraction.
Oh, totally. And because, and this sort of goes into what I'm sure we're going to talk about next, but writing a book is very unpleasant, right? There's a saying, painters like painting, writers like having written. And so because it can be unpleasant and it's so much work, I promise you will indulge in just about every distraction that you could conceivably justify. You've got to find these pockets where you're really productive to counteract all the unproductiveness that you're likely going to engage in.
You mentioned the flow state. And I remember talking to your author, Stephen Kotler, too. But what's really amazing, when you get into the flow state, and I'm sure you're going to pass along the same experience, you can lose, and people listening might think this is crazy, you can lose 10, 12, 14 hours, and all of a sudden it went from day to night, you have no idea what time it is, and you look at the clock and you go, you've got to be kidding me, I just lost 12 hours doing that, and you have no perception of time at all.
Yeah, I think that's it. And then I think the flip side of that is, you think you were writing for 3 hours and it was 45 minutes, but you were so productive that you got that much work done. And so I tend to experience the latter one more than the former. But yeah, it's a very powerful feeling and sensation. And you feel it, I think, in different layers or degrees. It doesn't always happen the way you want it to happen, but that's where your big breakthroughs happen, certainly.
I mentioned the young guy in the very beginning of this conversation, and I think it comes back to number 4 on your list, which is really tough for people today because everybody wants to have everyone be their friend. Everyone wants to be liked. No one wants to go out on a ledge. No one wants to go on a limb. Have something to say. And if you don't have anything to say, maybe you shouldn't write a book.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is everyone wants to write a book. And more importantly, a lot of people, especially in our space, think that they need to have a book. And that's what's dictating their decision, not this overwhelming thing that they feel compelled to produce. And so it's the question is, why are you writing this book? The answer should be because I can't not write it, not because I think it's going to do well or whatever, right? I quote George Orwell. It's look, a book is this exhausting, horrible struggle. I think he compares it to a painful illness. And so if you're not driven by a demon or some overwhelming need to produce this thing, you're not going to have what it takes to either get through the process or go to the place that you need to go to produce the material that you need to produce. And yeah, writing is not easy. It can be a slog. Producing a book is, here's what I tell people about books. A book is, let's say it's 60, 70,000 words, right? Nonfiction, fiction's more. that means that every day that you sit down and write, so you sit down and you have a productive day writing. Let's say you produce 1,000 words, 1,000 usable words. That means you've made essentially no visible progress towards your goal. So you wake up and you work a full day on something and you can't see that you are any closer to being at the end of that process. It can be this very demoralizing process because you're working, but you don't feel like you have any momentum until you're so far down. Like I'm just seeing the light at the end of the tunnel of the book that I'm working on now. And so now I feel really good. But 2 months ago, it was like, is this even a book? Where is this going? Should I just quit? What am I thinking? And so if you don't feel like you have to do this, that you have to communicate to the world this thing that you deeply believe in, it will become very easy to find an excuse to quit.
There's got to be some kind of almost like prophet-like zeal that you want to be at the top of the mountain. You're not playing it safe anymore. You've determined, I am going to be very direct. Some people aren't going to like me. And I think you've got to be at that point. I mean, not everyone's going to like everything you say, but you've got to speak the truth as you know it.
Yeah, and that is what motivates you to sit down and work for 5 hours and not make progress, because you don't care about that. You care about getting it out. Like, you feel like you have to get this weight off your chest, and that's what motivates you.
Your fifth point was the idea of making commitments. And I think primarily you're talking about from the idea of working with a traditional publisher, doing a contract, and having deadlines. I can wholly agree that is spot on. I think for any type of a new author, I think it's spot on. The only disagreement I might have, is I start to feel this in my own self right now, is I don't want to give away as much to the publishers now, but I would think for a new author, I think beyond a shadow of a doubt, that deadline, when you sign this contract with a big old publisher and you've got to deliver it by this deadline, and there's money attached to it, you do it.
Yeah, sure. Well, look, and that's actually something I see with self-publishing that's very hard. It's like, because everything is in your control, you can rationalize why you're missing deadlines. So it's not that traditional publishing is what you should do instead. It's just like, you've got to compensate for that. So it's like, I'll talk to a self-published author, they'll try to hire my company, and I'll be like, when's your book coming out? And they're like, oh, I think maybe July or something like that. And it's like, no. You need to pick a date, and that needs to be a drop-dead deadline. And you need to essentially kill yourself to get there. And if you can't, I promise you will end up moving that deadline or putting things off until the last minute. And so another way to do this that I do with my books is I break my books up into very small sections, and I work on those sections. So I do feel like there is some illusion of progress, right? So my last book was 3 parts, and each part had 10 chapters in those parts. I'm waking up this week and I'm working on part 2, chapter 6, and that might be 2 days work. And I'm able to measure myself against these internal deadlines, which also have an external deadline. And if you can't do that, it can become very easy to get lost in the weeds, or to put things off, or, to become a perfectionist. And these commitments can help you get over that distraction or that rationalization.
And I think the perfectionism is part of the process too. You have to. I remember my first book, I'd be so excited to get to the second printing so I could fix every damn error that I had found. You didn't want to leave that stuff out there. And I'm sure some people don't care. But what's the ultimate goal? If you're going to put a book out, your goal is to hopefully to reach as many people as possible. Yeah, money's nice, but you want to spread the message of all this hard work that you've done. And this gets kind of into the next part of the process I want to talk about with you, which is when you're doing a book, even if you're working with a traditional publisher, you've got to work with great people. One of the things that's interesting in your post is you talk about hiring. And now most people, if they know something about publishing, or maybe if they don't, if they've even heard stories, publishers have editors, and publishers help you with cover design. Oh my gosh, if you are depending on a publisher for your editing and your cover design, trouble.
Yeah, look, I've 5 books with the same publisher. And so I love them, clearly. I keep going back to them. But all the important services that I work on, or that I think are critical to the outcome of the book, I also subsidize by paying out of my own pocket or working with the publisher to get them to bring on these experts. Because, look, a publisher publishes dozens of books a year, sometimes hundreds of books a year. Only a few of those books at the very top of their list get the full sort of backing of the company. And if you want to have an amazing cover and you want to be a perfectionist about your cover, working with the salary designer at your publisher is only going to give you so much, because they can only give so much time to you. It's like, look, if you wanted your kid to be great at school, yes, you would put them in a great school, but then you would also hire tutors and coaches to help them as well. And that's what I think about these professionals. So it's about finding the best publisher, or, deciding you're going to invest in self-publishing, but then also saying, look, the way my book looks is important. The way it's edited is critical. The way it's marketed is going to be the single most important way that it gets in front of the public. And I'm going to pay, whether out of my own pocket or not, or out of my advance or whatever, I'm going to pay to make sure those people are on my team, because this book isn't going to become successful by accident.
I had the idea, even on my first book, I wanted to do my own cover. I saw some of the early editions that the publisher was putting out, and it was just, they were terrible. So I immediately went to hire a designer, and I brought back some other designs and stuff, but there was a real go round. And I'm curious, how did you approach getting the publisher to use your design? Did you walk in right from the beginning and say, I've got this great design, so they didn't even want to think about it because they liked your design so much?
No, not at all. So even I'd actually written in my proposal that I wanted to use this particular designer, and they were like, oh, sure. And then they went and did their designs. This is for my first book, which probably has the most iconic of my covers. This is for Trust Me, I'm Lying. Their covers were, I don't want to throw this person on the bus, but they were just not good. Like, I would not sign my name to any of those covers.
That was a bus. They're under the bus, and there's skid marks across their back right now. Go ahead.
I would never publish. I would not put my name on the cover of that book. So I worked with this designer, and the designer came up with what I thought was this amazing cover, and the publisher hated it. Like, they just hated it. They were like, this is awful. We'll never use this. No. And I fought for it. And I would improve it based on their feedback, but I was not willing to compromise on the core idea. And I believe what ended up happening is the publisher of Penguin, like the head publisher of Penguin, ended up seeing a picture of it at a conference, and she was like, that's one of the greatest covers that I've ever seen. Who did that? And then the publisher was like, oh, it's this designer we're working with. We just approved it. And we ended up compromising. Like, the reality is, yes,
it's going to be a fight.
People are always going to be resistant to outsourced work, or, work that steps on their toes, that might be, a somewhat of a critique of their capabilities. And you've got to be really sensitive about that. And you have to be willing to collaborate and compromise. But at the end of the day, publishers are in the business of trying to sell lots of books. And if you bring the best cover to the table, and you can back that with data, I tested the covers to see what smart people thought was best, and mine ended up winning out.
Ryan, the last point in your post, which I love, and I think about it all the time, because I hear these words in my life. People will say, what's your job? Or, what do you do for work? As you talk about point number 7, you're linking it all together. There's no separation between work and life. It's all one big mishmash. Yeah. I don't know how many people out there that so-called go to work or have a job are ever going to truly understand that. But hey, I understand what you're saying.
I mean, look, writing is not a job and it's not work. It's like a calling. It's something you do. Like, there's Edmund Wilson. Was this famous writer in the 20th century. He got in trouble with his taxes because he basically wrote every single thing off that he ever did. And he was like, look, I'm a writer. Everything I do is about my business. And he ended up, getting in lots of trouble. But I think I actually agree with his point. I'm sure you see this too. It's it's next to impossible to distinguish when you are being a writer and when you are not being a writer once this becomes your occupation. Because every thing that you think, every place that you go, every person that you meet, every meal that you eat has some eventual connection to you sitting down at the computer and producing words.
So true. So true.
Yeah, and look, it's a really good thing. It's also, it can make relationships hard, but it's a fact, and you've got to embrace that, and you've got to start seeing, you know, this isn't a pastime. This isn't like a seminar that you do. This is your life, and if you want to be really good at it, you've got to be willing to make that sacrifice.
Hey, I'm about ready to lose you here. Is there anything in particular that we've not talked about that you would love just to offer another pearl of wisdom on top of this conversation? Anything else that I've missed that you think is important that people should think about?
So I have another post called like 6 Reasons Your Book Will Fail that I think people might want to look at. But the big thing is you need to sit down and figure out what your goals with your book are. Is it to sell a lot of copies? Is it that you want to be on the bestseller list? Is it that you want to make a lot of money? You know, what is it that you want out of this process? And you need to know not only what you want, but what you don't want and you don't care about, so you can prioritize accordingly. And that's probably good advice for life as a whole too.
Yeah, I think a lot of these posts, you could almost take out some of the references to writing and whatnot and look at them as life advice, and it still works. I think that's, you know, I think there was that great book by Brenda Ueland back in the early 20th century, If You Want to Write. And she said, look, take out the word writing and anything else can fit in there and it works.
That's awesome. I've never heard of that book. I'm going to get it. If You Want to Write?
If You Want to Write by Brenda Ueland.
Awesome.
Ueland.
That sounds fantastic.
Yeah, cool stuff. Hey, listen, where can we send people, Ryan?
RyanHoliday.net.
You're easy to find, even if you didn't give me a URL. If they can't find you, they don't deserve to find any pearls of wisdom from you.
This is what Google is for.
Yeah. Hey, Ryan, hopefully we can always keep chatting. I love talking to you.
Of course, this was awesome. Thanks, man.
Thanks. Take care.
My 5th guest on this eclectic episode, Sally Hogshead, the author of Fascinate.
If you'll indulge me for just 30 seconds or 60 seconds, I'll tell you how I ended up coming to speak with you today.
Oh, yeah.
So 2-3 years ago, I'd read this great book by Seth Godin called Linchpin. Mm-hmm. First 30 pages, I'm like, okay, this guy's got it nailed. This is how the world is today. He knows exactly what's going on. These 2 friends of mine, 2 ladies, one worked for me, named Michelle worked for me, and her friend Erin worked for a private jet airline. And they knew I liked this book. And then Erin had met somebody, a client on the jet, and he was reading this book, Fascinate. And they're like, oh, we must give this book to Michael. They did not read it. They did not do anything. They just knew, oh, the guy's like, yeah, if he likes Seth Godin's Linchpin, he's going to love this. They give me the book. Okay. I dig in. I start reading this fascinating story about why women at lap dancers, strip clubs make more money at certain points in time of the month. So I went back to my 2 friends who are probably a little more wholesome than I am. And I start saying, listen, there's this fascinating story in this book. And they both look at me aghast and they're like, oh my gosh, what did we give this man?
And what does this have to do with branding?
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, the new book definitely builds upon that. And one of the things that I tried to do is to be smart. Like the strip club story is very polarizing. I talk about a black swan. You know, it's so on the fringe that for the person who is truly who I want to talk to, they love stories like that. And for other people, it can sometimes become too polarizing.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that as I was reading it. I was like, well, you know, not everybody will have the same sensibility where they can accept that. They might get lost there and not get to the most important messaging.
Yeah. You're right. They lose it for the whole. But that one of the things that I love so much about that book was the research process of uncovering these kind of Malcolm Gladwellian stories and making these connections. But I had to discipline myself not to do that on this one. Have you ever had that happen, that you you become so immersed in a project you're working on, a story that you're telling, that you have to be careful to make sure that it's also accessible for other people, because you would get so involved in those fringe element stories.
Absolutely. The fringe elements are the best. I mean, I remember my first book, I was trying to figure out in a trading book, how could I get the line from Dean Wormer in Animal House about being fat, drunk, and stupid was no way to go through life. And I was trying to figure out, how can I get this into the book? Of course, there's no real reason for it to be in there, but it was important to me.
Yeah. Yes.
Hey, listen, okay, let's jump right in. So you, and I took the Fascination Advantage survey, which to me was really interesting because I'm actually qualified to administer the Myers-Briggs instrument.
Oh, no kidding.
Yes.
I have your report in front of me, by the way.
Do you? I'm on INTP?
No, your Fascination Advantage report.
Oh, okay. The Myers-Briggs side, I'm an INTP.
Ah.
Yeah. So.
And that fits with mystique and innovation, that you're observant, you're intellectual, but you also have a strong creative streak.
Let me do this, though, before we even get into this. I haven't really introduced where we're going to go today and why this is all important and your expertise. First off, this power of fascination. Why don't you describe the kind of initial elevator pitch about fascination and what you have done, and perhaps give a little bit of background as to how you even got to this point to put all this cool information together.
Mm-hmm. Fascination is an intense focus. And when you're fascinated by someone, you are completely immersed in what they're saying. You're listening to them without being distracted. You're not feeling doubt. You're not feeling confusion. And it's critical to be able to fascinate your listener, not just to get their attention or interest them. It's critical to be able to really grip their full focus so that they're not thinking about their iPhone. They're not thinking about their next meeting. When you talk to a prospect or an employee or a customer or a client, and you're fascinating them in that moment, you're able to really create a connection with them. And as things become more distracted, more competitive, more commoditized, it becomes even more important to be able to do this immediately and to know how your personality is most likely to do this. About 10 years ago, I began studying, why do certain companies or people or messages fascinate us and other ones don't earn our attention? And what I found is there are very specific patterns. There are 7 different categories of things that fascinate us. And in my last book, Fascinate, I described how brands use these 7 different advantages, these 7 modes of communication. But then what I noticed was everybody kept coming up to me and saying, tell me about me. What makes me fascinating? How do I do this? And so 4 years ago, I began studying individuals and teams, and why are some people naturally more effective when they communicate? And I discovered that all of us in our communication, we're using certain patterns that we're not even aware of, and that our listener is responding to us or not responding to us based on how we build our messages, how we shape our communication. So I created the Fascination Advantage assessment, and we've since measured 300,000 professionals, and we found that the high performers inside of teams, inside Fortune 100 companies, inside small businesses, the high performers have something very specific in common. And that is, they understand how to communicate in a way that immediately adds value to their listener. Every time you communicate, you're either adding value or you're taking up space. And if you're adding value, people want more from you. They want your opinions. They're attracted to you professionally. They're hungry to hear more of what you're going to say. They take action on your words. But if you're just taking up space, you're kind of like human spam. People start to block you out. They filter out what you say. They don't read your emails. They don't listen to your opinions in meetings. So the key is to understand, how is your personality naturally primed to add value to your listeners so that you can instantly impress and influence them so that your words are heard and remembered and acted upon.
Okay, how did you go down this, quote, fascinating path? What were you doing at 25? What were you doing at 20? What happened? How did this happen? And where did you get the word fascination? What an awesome word. As a person that thinks about brands and book titles and stuff, what a great word, fascinate.
I was originally studying 10 years ago. I shifted over from advertising to, in writing a book, to understanding why do we pay attention to certain things, certain companies, certain people, and not others. And I wanted to understand exactly what that was. And as I was looking in a journal, I found this word fascination. And turns out this is really cool. Talk about being attracted to an obscure story. The word fascination means to bewitch or captivate or hold captive so that the person is powerless to resist. It's ancient Latin. So originally it was about shepherds in the field. And the shepherds wanted to make sure that their sheep didn't get distracted and wander off. So they talk about this concept of fascination. How do you make somebody captive to listen to what you're saying? And the word has all kinds of amazing connotations throughout time. It was seen as an evil force in Constantinople and Mesopotamia, because when somebody is fascinated, they're powerless to resist. So I did about a year of research, finding what is it that fascinates us, and why is it that sometimes we don't know why we're fascinated by a slice of chocolate cake or a Britney Spears video or a TED speech. It's almost as though we lose our powers of decision. And Sigmund Freud describes this beautifully. He refers to fascination as a bondage of love. I drew upon my advertising background. For the first half of my career, I was an advertising creative director. I created national television commercials for brands like Nike and Coca-Cola and Target. And I took the experience that I had with understanding how to shape perception and how do you tap into something that is a natural inherent advantage within a message, within a brand. And how can you steer that? And how could you use that in your career? And I discovered that a traditional personality assessment is based on one thing, and that is, how do you see the world? Myers-Briggs, StrengthsFinder, DISC, Colby, they all show you how you see the world, but they don't show you the opposite. They don't show you how the world sees you. So to understand how the world sees you, we have to go outside psychology and we have to look at branding. Branding tells us how the world sees you. Coca-Cola knows how its consumer sees it. A hardware store knows how its customer sees it. But we as individuals don't necessarily know how the world sees us. So that's what I developed in this new batch of research around this book, How the World Sees You. It shows you exactly how the world sees you at your best.
It was really, really interesting, because you're spot on as somebody, as I mentioned, that taken a little bit of training to administer the MBTI years ago. And I guess it's interesting that I know that I'm introverted. It's interesting that I know that I'm perceiving versus judgmental, or judging. But what can I do with it, really? It's more, and it always seemed like to me, and I only did it kind of as a lark, but it always seemed to me that people that were really into it were like building these office structures where they would walk around with these little 4-word labels or 4-letter labels on their lapel. And it's like, right. It started to seem a little bit just cultish to me. And I'm not trying to be mean to anybody or any other operation, but I thought the flipping that you've done, the flipping of how does people see, and then being able to kind of look an assessment and forcing yourself, which I was doing last night, reading my assessment. Oh, wow, that's really accurate. And oh, wow, I've wasted a lot of time doing something that I shouldn't waste my time on. And oh, wow, maybe I should be focusing on what's brought me to the party to begin with.
And what people really value in you, and what you're already doing right, so you can do more of it. You've articulated it beautifully. Myers-Briggs and a traditional personality assessment does a great job of telling you how you see the world, so that helps to inform you what kind of perspective you're going to have on other people. But it doesn't tell you what other people are most impressed and influenced by in your natural personality. If we look at what great brands do 3 things when they build their communication. First of all, they don't focus on how they're similar to other brands. They focus on how they're different. Yet in the workplace or in our jobs, as entrepreneurs, as leaders, as employees, we tend to focus on how we're similar or better. And that's where this whole concept of strengths comes from. If you focus on your strengths, you're trapped in a hamster wheel trying to outdo other people. But if you focus on your differences, you have a lot more room to carve out a very specific place so that people can associate certain advantages with you. The second thing that brands do that's really powerful is brands understand their differences can be very small and subtle. A Gillette razor is very similar to a Schick razor, to a generic razor. It might only be 1/1,000,000th of an inch difference, but yet that 1/1,000,000th of an inch is a competitive advantage. And in the same way, your personality has certain very specific differences, which I outline in your Fascination Advantage report. And when you focus on those differences, you can get a competitive edge over other people who are vying for your prospects' attention, or trying to get in front of your customer, or trying to lead your employees away.
Sally, as I'm sitting here, I'm looking at my survey, my assessment, and maybe not that I want to talk about myself, but since you're the pro, you're the expert, and you're looking at mine, and we want the audience, and this is not, we've never talked before. It's not like a sales pitch or anything, but this is damn interesting. So I highly recommend my people to go do it. So why don't we go through mine and maybe let you explain, I think maybe people get a kick out of it, explain what it means that I am a secret weapon and that my primary advantage is mystique, secondary advantage, innovation, and my dormant advantage is trust. And clearly, how many archetypes are there?
There are 49 different archetypes, and they're organized according to 7 different advantages. And if you like, I can go through, and using you as an example, I can describe.
I'm the guinea pig. I'm the guinea pig. Kill me, eat me. Dude, what you got to do?
Kill you. I'm going to give you kind of some of the personality steroids. So. What I found in my research that I was describing earlier, there's 7 different types of advantages, 7 modes of communication. For example, the passion advantage is all about building immediate relationship. People with a primary passion advantage, in other words, people who naturally communicate using the passion advantage, love to be able to meet new people. They use a lot of body language. They make eye contact. They tend to be very emotive when they talk. They're very sensitive to what other people are thinking and feeling. They like to get emotionally engaged quickly. On the other hand, typically, they tend to not be great with details. They're not strong with follow through. They tend to not make decisions rationally. They make them by their gut. So there are advantages, and then there are also pitfalls that come with each one of these. Another example would be the trust advantage. Trust personalities, people with primary trust, tend to be great at systems. They like to do the same thing over and over again. They come into work at the same time every day. They're very predictable. They're practical. They're reliable. They're consistent. This makes them really good in jobs such as an administrative assistant or somebody who's going to be in charge of a process that's going to go for many years into the future without changing. On the other hand, their pitfall is they're really not good at creativity. They tend to not like change. They're uncomfortable with chaos. You wouldn't find them in a startup environment, for example. So now shifting this over, let's take a look at you. Mm-hmm. Your primary advantage is mystique. Mystique personalities are observant. They're intellectual. It's almost like they're chess players. They're able to listen and observe very closely, take in a lot of complex information, and then sort it through, putting everything in order. And this gives them a huge competitive advantage when other people are making snap decisions or other people are throwing random information against the wall and discrediting themselves or being erratic in how they behave. A mystique personality, on the other hand, sees everything that's happening and then processes it to be able to make sure that they're putting their chips on exactly the right place. Very, very strategic advantage. Your secondary advantage, meaning on the score of the 7, the one that you score next highest, is innovation. And innovation is all about creativity. So people with a primary or secondary innovation love to brainstorm solutions to problems. They don't get stuck in a rut. They're able to give a proliferation of ideas. So if you and I were working together, your 2 key advantages are primary mystique, secondary innovation, meaning you're going to listen carefully to everything I say, but then you're going to be able to come forth with all kinds of different options and solutions and variables, and to be able to see things in a very complex, rich way. Your archetype, when you combine your primary with your secondary, you get an archetype. Your archetype is named the secret weapon. And I love working with secret weapons. And here's why.
You just got very breathy there all of a sudden. I got frightened.
I have a special relationship with secret weapons. Secret weapons to me are the most, they're intellectual chameleons. They are able to go into a situation, whether that situation is a cocktail party or a client meeting or a blog, a podcast, and they're able to very quickly ascertain exactly what's going on with the other people in the room and then adjust to make sure that they get the best possible result. Secret weapons are rare. And in business, they're outstanding problem solvers because they tend to not draw the attention to themselves. They put all of their energy into figuring out what are options that I can present here. And so on the surface, they tend to have a very buttoned down appearance, but on the inside, they're teeming with all different types of ideas. And so if you and I were working together, the way in which you're going to add the most value is through 3 adjectives. The 3 adjectives of the secret weapon, your top 3 adjectives are nimble, unassuming, and independent. Nimble is the ability to generate all different types of solutions. Unassuming means that although you're very creative, you're not going to be the one with the nose ring and the red mohawk and razzle dazzle. You're not going to churn a lot of drama or fuss. And your third adjective is independent, and that means that you work extremely well when you're being able to be the intellect behind the scenes. You're not the person who needs to tap into your team constantly. You don't need a lot of hand holding. You really like to be able to be an entrepreneur and stay focused on what you want to do, and then join the team when you're ready to. So when you're working, Michael, when you're working with people, imagine you go into a high pressure communication situation, like a pitch, like a presentation, a meeting, maybe a difficult conversation with a client. Can you give me an example of a time when you want to play your A game?
You know, it's really weird. I don't know if this is answering your question, but if somebody gives me a stage, like in the last 12 months where I was afforded a stage in Beijing and Shanghai, and they say, here's 750 people in the audience that don't speak English, and they're all going to wear headphones, and you have to talk for 30 seconds and then wait for us to translate, and this is all broadcast live. And I actually feel more comfortable walking into that than maybe I do sitting alone sometimes. That kind of is, that's easy. It's comfortable.
It's comfortable for you. When you feel comfortable, you feel more confident, and you probably feel like you can put your ideas together in a more organized and effective way, don't you? Yeah. I mean, comfort is huge. I mean, I think because look, just from a pure distraction standpoint, if our minds are all distracted and we have all kinds of stuff going on, you just can't create, you can't innovate, you can't think. And so it is very key, at least from my perspective, to have a clear deck, an open mind, and really be able to focus. When you get in that state of focus, that's a state of fascination that you feel. It's almost like being in a state of flow, that you feel energized, you feel confident, you feel like your ideas come more easily. We've all had these moments where you're having a conversation with a friend, or you're standing in front of a boardroom and you're making a presentation, or you're trying to explain an idea to a colleague, and it becomes perfectly clear for you, and it's very energizing. It's an amazing feeling when you can communicate yourself in exactly the right way, whatever that means for you. And this is what happens when you understand how the world sees you at your best, that you can stop floundering around trying to figure out how you should stand and what words you should use and how do you communicate your ideas and how is the other person thinking about you in that moment. It gives you a clarity and a focus so that you can find those situations that you're most primed to be able to get your listener into a state of fascination so that you're connected with them and you feel a sense of ease, they feel relaxed, you're able to front load your value by speaking in a way that gets an actionable result for them, and they perceive you as being more confident and more authoritative. And for you, the example that you just described is a perfect example. When you're on stage and you're putting your thoughts together, even though that seems like a really challenging environment with the translation and having that happen in real time, for you, because you have primary mystique, and we were saying that it's very intellectual, it's very complex, it's able to handle data in an unusual way, piecemealing and strategizing your communication is really easy for you. But for a lot of people, that would be their communication nightmare. That would really throw them off.
It's kind of fun to have the crazy stuff happen. Hey, but listen, go into the dormant advantage, because you've made me sound like all nice and sweet and wonderful and all these things. So why don't we stick the red hot poker in it and lance my midsection and let me bleed out now with my dormant advantage of trust.
Is bleed out a reference? But do you remember Hot Zone? It was a book. It was
yes,
a book.
I read it. Yeah.
Yeah, was it? Yes. So you can think about your dormant advantage is of the seven, it's the one on which you score lowest, and your dormant advantage is exhausting for you to use. If you think about it like quicksand, now there's certain types of communication situations that you dread, and you're not going to win in them, and it feels very effortful. It's discouraging. It's demoralizing. For some people, people with a dormant mystique advantage, you have primary mystique. For people with dormant mystique, they don't want to think in a structured way. They want to be able just to say what they're thinking while they're thinking it. They don't want to withhold anything. They don't want to have to organize their thoughts before they jump right in with both feet. You, on the other hand, are very different than that. You have a different way of communicating. Your dormant advantage is the trust advantage. And it's the same one as me. I have a dormant trust advantage too. Remember, before I was describing, people with primary trust advantage are highly structured. They like patterns. They like to do the same thing over and over again, and they get comfort from being predictable. And so they're great with very highly process oriented rules system, like an accountant would have primary trust. You and I, on the other hand, we tend to resist doing the same thing over and over. We like change. We embrace being able to invent a new path. So if I came to you, Mike, and I said, Mike, I'm really stuck. I need help coming up with a new idea. What would it feel like for you if I came to you with that kind of a challenge? Help me figure out a new path. Would that feel like wellspring, or would that feel like quicksand?
I don't know. As long as you were open, we could throw everything on the table and we could toss around ideas and debate, and that you were truly open, that there wasn't this fake openness, that there was something you really wanted to make it better, and you really didn't have your mind already made up, and I was just there for a dog and pony show.
Yeah, if I was really there for an action instead of just randomly discussing it. For you, that would feel very productive, and you would have a high chance of winning. You have a really high chance in a situation when I come to you like that and I say, I need some new solutions. You can bring forth your A game effortlessly, predictably, over and over again. It feels really natural for you. On the other hand, if I said, Michael, I've got this spreadsheet, and I just want to replicate it over and over again all day long. Can you help me with that? What would that feel like for you?
I'd ask you to pass me the gun so I could kill myself.
Yes. So there's some situations where you're naturally suited to win. The situations that you're naturally suited to win are all described by your primary and secondary advantage. If somebody is looking for independent solutions that with high degrees of variables and a lot of strategy, then for you, that's going to feel like something that's very, very easy for you to over deliver. On the other hand, doing the exact same thing over and over in a rigid structure, almost mathematical way, is going to be totally exhausting.
Let me take it on that point, though, because it's really interesting. As I start this conversation mentioning Seth Godin's book Linchpin, and I'm guessing that you probably share a lot of the beliefs there. And what he's mapped out, frankly, is that perhaps our lives are essentially sprung from being independent entrepreneurs ultimately. But a lot of people, isn't that the path, though? The path of being, look, I've spent the last year and a half in Asia. And many of my Asian friends, I was just in Tokyo less than a month ago, and in Tokyo, I would think for 99% of the population, it seems like the primary advantage would be trust. It's very orderly. Everything's very orderly. But aren't we facing a tipping point at some point in time where what we have seen as order for the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years, that this more nimble, entrepreneurial-minded way, aren't we moving that direction? Isn't that the real opportunity for people today? Because I'm not trying to criticize the idea of people saying that their primary advantage is trust. These are not necessarily, I'm guessing, are not necessarily meant to be one's better than the other. But if you really would be objective about the playing field that we look at today, the business playing field, the career playing field, it sure seems like that trusting a system that allows you to just do the same thing every day, that opportunity is going away.
Yes. And in a situation or a marketplace in which everybody's really creative, trust becomes even that much more rare. So it becomes that much more coveted. And here's an example of what I mean. As part of my research with 300,000 professionals, we went inside high performing companies and we looked at their high performers. We went inside AT&T and GE and Cisco and Unilever. And we measured what was happening on their teams and what was happening with their leaders. And we found that there were specific things that distinguished the high performers from everybody else. And the number one thing that we discovered they were doing is they have a personality specialty of some kind. In other words, they provide a specific benefit. People who were detail-oriented were really detail-oriented. People who were able to bring a team together and rally the team and motivate people to get bigger results, like to meet a quota or to over-deliver for a certain client, were able to really bring the team together. So success in any kind of an ecosystem has a lot to do with what makes you different than everybody else. Remember, we were talking before about brands. High performers understand that they need to be worth more than they're being paid, and that the ways in which they're similar to other people are far less valuable than the ways in which they're different. And so high performers identify the ways in which they're different, and then they use that and apply it and kind of double down, focusing on it, almost exaggerating it. So within an environment, whether it's with a team or in a commoditized marketplace, You don't want to be like your competitor or like your coworker or other people in your industry. You want to be as unlike them as possible. It's not about focusing on your strengths. It's about focusing on your differences and then leveraging that, amplifying that so that you can not only carve out a place for yourself in the market, but so that you can specialize in some specific way.
I keep wanting to say the cliche that this is fascinating. Hey, let me, we only got a few minutes left. I want to jump around to, I made some notes here of just things that I loved in your work. And I think they're kind of like fun examples to get people thinking. I mean, I highly recommend checking out your written work. And I think we've got something where people will be able to take, at least a certain number of people could take the F score through.
The fascination advantage. You have a magic code to get to them.
It's terribly secret. You picked a hard one.
So would you like me to introduce that?
Well, no, we'll bring that up at the end. I want to give a couple few points out here that I just want you to kind of run over, because it's almost like the strip club story that I think it'll get people thinking your way of thinking, even though it's not necessarily connected in a through line. And one of the things that I would love for you to talk about is you're now talking about not being a commodity, right? And in your work, you talk about your friend, David Scott. And I thought it was so brilliant what he did. Here is, David Scott, you type it in Google. Look, I've got a cool last name, okay? Not cool, but it's a good last name, kind of like yours. Are there any other Sally Hogsheads? I don't think so, right? Are there any Michael Covels? Not really. So it's great for Google. I mean, if anybody has any idea how Google works, it's just fantastic. David Scott, not good for Google. So how did he solve it?
David Scott was one of about 3 million other David Scotts, including a senator and an astronaut. So he had a problem. He wasn't being found on Google, and this was his expertise, being online PR and building an online brand. And so he started using his middle name. And his middle name is Meerman. And for those people who are listening, they probably have heard this name before, David Meerman Scott. And just by making that subtle shift, he was able to not only rise in Google ranks, but to differentiate himself in a very literal way. In the same way, in this new book, How the World Sees You, I described there are parts of your personality that you can accent, that you can highlight to differentiate yourself. For example, if you have if you're very restrained, you're not a personality that throws yourself out there immediately, you're discreet, well, then you don't want to try to be the person who's the life of the party, walking in and, glad handing and backslapping. Instead, you want to build a reputation for being skillful, for being stable, for being hardworking, level-headed, whatever traits come naturally to you. And this is what's described in the fascination advantage. When you know what words describe you perfectly, it allows you to make sure that you're focusing on that every time you communicate, not just the words that you're literally using in your LinkedIn profile or the about section of your website, but it's also knowing how you're most suited to win so that you can be more confident and your listener can hear what you're saying and not just listen to you, but be fascinated.
You have 8 kids?
My husband and I have 8 kids together. Yes. They range from 10 to 24.
So I have a friend of mine who's a hedge fund manager, and he has 8 kids too. And he had 8 kids in 8 years, eight total calendar years.
Holy moly.
Yeah. That's not necessarily related to our conversation, but I just have to.
It's the little obscure factoids.
Yes, you could already tell that's who you're dealing with. I have another couple here before we wind down and let people know about the F advantage. This I just love. If you're not generating a negative reaction from someone, you're probably not fascinating anyone.
Listen, we live in a commoditized environment. People are distracted. Your competition is better than it ever was before. If you're not focusing on people to grip their attention and to deliver something that nobody else can, then you're at severe risk of being perceived as a commodity, the same as everyone else. And when that happens, once you're not adding value and you're taking up space, you have to take your prices down. You're not going to create loyalty. You're not going to get referrals. On the other hand, if you talk really specifically in the way that's most natural and authentic to you, for your personality, and you hone in on those core differences, then you're going to attract certain people who are going to become rabid fans. And then other people are simply going to fall off and they're not going to be attracted to your message. And that's fine. You want to be a little polarizing. It's kind of like the difference between pistachio ice cream and vanilla ice cream. Vanilla appeals to everyone. You can be the vanilla of your category if you have the biggest budget or if you're the most famous. But if you don't have the biggest marketing budget or you're not the most famous, then don't be vanilla. Instead, be pistachio. Pistachio doesn't try to talk to everybody. It tries to only talk to a few people, but it talks to them really, really well. So people don't just like pistachio. They crazy love pistachio. On the other hand, a lot of people hate pistachio, and that's fine. They would never buy it in the first place. You don't want to be the vanilla of your category. Instead, find that those pistachio elements of your personality so that you can grow your business around that, grow your career around it.
Basically, what you're telling me is it's a good thing that I have extreme hating on my Amazon reviews. It's a good thing that it seems like shut-ins that are probably in their mom's basement that are cursing me out on Amazon reviews, that's a good thing, and that I'm probably, if I didn't have those, I would have no success. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, exactly. One of my clients for a year was Jägermeister. People either love Jägermeister or they hate it. And the reality is that the more you dislike Jägermeister, the more likely you are to drink it, because Jägermeister is not selling itself on the basis of a great taste or low price or convenience. Jägermeister is selling itself on the basis of a specific type of experience. As I was doing research for Jägermeister, I talked to a bartender who said, there are two types of drunk. There's drunk, and then there's Jägermeister drunk. And so when people order Jägermeister, they're not looking for deliciousness. They're looking for kerosene. You're drinking battery acid, and that's the whole point. Is it's an experience that everybody's going to bond together over, like the Iditarod, and people are going to remember it. So in the same way, you don't want to build your business around the ways in which you're similar. You don't want to be the vanilla. You don't want to try to see what other people are doing and then be better than them. Instead, figure out what can you do that nobody else can do. And there are ways that you naturally are suited to be like those high performers I described, and to deliver a specific benefit, a specialty. And that's what I describe in How the World Sees You.
It's been a long time, but Jägermeister is something to the effect of the inappropriate removal of clothes would be what that should be the catch line on Jägermeister. Okay, Sally. So the F score, you're going to give some folks that are listening the opportunity to go ahead and take this. And like I said, like we've never talked today, and I just took mine yesterday, but it is really interesting, and I highly recommend it. It's got me thinking more about how I should position myself, frankly, not to sound too academic about it, but I mean, it definitely gets you thinking about how the world perceives you.
Yeah, it gives you the words that you can actually cut and paste right into your LinkedIn profile, or if you're making an introduction at a networking event, or you're doing a proposal, somebody's saying, why should I work with you? You can just cut and paste the language that's in the report and put it right in there. Plagiarize me blatantly. And here's how to do that. The Fascination Advantage is normally $37, but Michael's making it available for free for you for a limited amount of time. And it's you can access it here. Go to howtheworldseesyou.com/you, YOU. howtheworldseesyou.com/you. And the code is trend following, all one word. It's not case sensitive. Trend following, all one word. And when you take the assessment, it's 28 questions, takes about 3 minutes. You can do it on your phone, but it's based on a custom algorithm that identifies how people see you at your best, so that you can understand how do you focus on what you're already doing right. And immediately you get a 15-page report that goes into great detail on how you compare to the average population. What are your primary and secondary advantages so that you can focus on those? What's your dormant advantage so you can avoid that? And how do you use that to build a more successful career?
It's very cool stuff, Sally.
Thank you.
Hopefully we can cross paths sometimes soon in the future. I would enjoy chit-chatting. We've already been chit-chatting, but I love your stuff. And like I said, I've not seen the second book, but the first book, Fascinate. Actually, you've done 3 books now, is it?
Yes, I did. My first book was 10 years ago. My second book, Fascinate, was about 4 years ago. And then this new book, How the World Sees You, just came out a week ago. In fact, this is still shiny new information. It was just number 2 New York Times, number 1 Wall Street Journal bestseller. And
that is very cool.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
That is very cool. And you're going to have quite a few people wanting to see how the world sees you for sure. So.
Oh, cool. Well, thank you for talking with me. I have to tell you, I love your work, and there's so much overlap between the things that you find fascinating and understanding that conversations and business and trends can go in really unexpected places. So I have loved getting to know your work and learning how the world sees you, Michael.
Sally, it was good chatting, and you've probably got a full house to go take care of. But hold on, they're all in the house still, yes?
They're not.
No.
Thank goodness.
Okay. Hey, Sally, listen, take care and best of luck with the book. Hopefully it's not number one yet, right?
It's weaving back and forth. So,
it has made one.
I appreciate being able to share it with everybody and sharing it with you.
Sally, thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
And my final guest, Michael Mauboussin, one of Wall Street's best strategists.
Here's what I was thinking this morning. I was thinking, when was the first time I spotted you? And so I know officially I reached out in 2003 as I was writing a first book and I wanted permission to quote from your work. But I was thinking it must have been the PDFs that you're putting out in the, I want to say 96, 97, 98. And I was collecting them like trading cards because you were the guy, and I know you might say, well, somebody else influenced you, but you were the guy that was making it okay to put together this multidisciplinary thinking. And I look at my podcast now after 3 years, and it reads like a list that I would have programmed from you. It's like all the guys that I think, probably guys that you know, a lot of them, I'm sure. But I mean, how did that begin for you? Where did you start to say all these disparate, different things out there you're pulling together in one coherent vision? How did that begin for you?
Well, I think, first of all, that I think some people naturally think this way more than others, and it's not a good thing or a bad thing necessarily, but I probably am one of those people that more naturally thinks this way, so that's probably the first factor. But for me, the very distinct event was visiting the Santa Fe Institute. So Santa Fe Institute is a non-degree conferring institute that was founded precisely to go across disciplines, and my first visit there was in the mid-1990s, coinciding with the same time period, and their point was a lot of the most vexing problems in the world really lie at the intersection of disciplines. And while you need to understand the big ideas from each discipline, you really want to bring a full toolbox to all these kinds of problems. So that was the first thing, and then the second thing is I was reading in a wider and wider ring of things. I was one of those guys who would watch TV or read an article or read a book and start talking back to it like, no, wait a second, what about this? This is really important. As a consequence, I thought to myself, rather than me talking to my TV or my book or my article, perhaps I should start to write about this stuff. So that sort of encouraged me to be a little bit more systematic in trying to make these connections. So it's sort of one thing led to another is the best answer for that.
And the tricky thing is, it's not just the pieces, it's how the pieces connect to the whole.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, the idea is to say, when we go through life, are there things that are analogous that can be helpful in developing mental models, right? And so are there things from physics can help us understand business, or psychology help us understand trading, or whatever it is? And often, psychologists do their thing and traders do their thing and don't think about how these things might intersect with one another. So yeah, exactly. And the challenge is it takes a little bit of time and effort to get outside of your little area, and often you might be reading things or thinking about things that are intellectual cul-de-sacs. They don't lead you anywhere. But what you're doing is building up a set of tools in your mind so that when you're faced with a problem, you typically have the right tool to pull out to try to address that problem.
As I've seen you say, it's the larger reference class, not just you. Can you objectively, all of us, can we objectively look at ourselves and the situation? It's not an easy proposition, is it?
I think that's one of the best things we know from psychology is we tend to think of ourselves as unique. There's some good reasons for that. But in many cases, when you're thinking about decision making, it really does behoove you to look at larger reference classes and basically ask the simple question: what happened when other people were in this situation before? So there are lots of things we go through life, sort of first time for us, or unique or unusual, but lots of other people have been through it before. And so appealing to that larger population is actually very, very helpful, but it's not a natural way to think, which is really interesting. So you have to go out and really seek it and pursue it and be very thoughtful about incorporating that into your mindset.
I thought of a real topical example would be the Swiss franc. And I saw one particular hedge fund, I don't remember the name, but apparently they lost a significant amount of money, nearly $1 billion. The larger reference class, that people could not imagine that quick of a move. But then again, if you take a step back, these types of moves have happened throughout history. So to not have that possibility in your toolbox, boy, if you're an investor and your manager, your trader is not thinking that way, that's a real cause for alarm, isn't it?
I agree with that. I heard that one of the large brokerage firms said that the event was a 40 standard deviation event, right? 40 sigma. Which basically says it would never happen. I mean, in effect, part of the reason they came up with that number is looking at about, I think it was 10 or 20 years of data, which is certainly not a rich enough data set. Right now, here are the sort of both sides of it, right? Because if you're trading, I'm telling you this, much more about this than I do, but if you're trading with a particular strategy that's serving you well, so you're making money generally, you're grinding out, it's all working well. The fact is, you probably feel like you've got a handle on things, right? And so you don't really want to introduce these possibilities of these extreme events. And as a consequence, people's, they're looking at data sets that aren't long enough or not rich enough. They're almost incentivized not to pay attention to some of that stuff until these sort of really adverse events take place. So part of it's the human nature element, which is you sort of feel like you got to figure it out. You're kind of doing okay. So why would I pay attention to this, what is deemed to be very remote possibility, albeit leads to wipeout, right? In many cases, we've seen, obviously, not just hedge funds, but other funds and corporations even be wiped out by these kinds of events because they simply don't have them firmly on their radar screen.
It's amazing. We're in 2015, but I immediately heard from some old pros about 1987, and they were talking about a euro-dollar move. So people that had been around, they were kind of like, hey, we've seen this game before. But like you said, if your data set's only going back a few years or maybe even a few decades, it's not enough to encompass everything that you should probably imagine could go wrong.
Exactly, and that's always, look, and this is now, I think, probably, really since Nassim Taleb wrote The Black Swan, but this idea has been around. Benoit Mandelbrot wrote about it in the 1960s, that if you do study a series of prices in almost whatever you want, commodities or currencies or even equities, or we do know that there are these relatively infrequent but very large scale events, and you have to take these things somehow into consideration when you're investing, and it might be through your time horizon. In other words, if you look back, then the crash in 1987 looks like a blip, So maybe it's just time horizon. It might be other ways of insuring against these sort of adverse outcomes. But you're absolutely right. And hopefully almost all investment professionals are aware of this now. But it goes back to what I was mentioning before. I think there are incentive issues. If you are doing well and you're getting well compensated without having to take these things into consideration, they're going to blindside you. All your incentives just don't allow you to introduce them into the thinking the way they should be.
Let me ask one more topical conversation or topical point for this particular conversation. So this fantastically, I think it's fair to say perhaps unexpected move in oil over the last 6-7 months. So when you look at your toolbox and you think about the various ways that you're analyzing markets, players, behaviors, how do you visualize, how do you think about, when you're just talking to yourself, how do you think about that oil move?
Well, I think there are two dimensions to this. One is, many commodities, I would start with the foundations of supply and demand. And I think that is still a very appropriate way to think about these things. Now, certain commodities, and oil being one of them, these tend to be very slow cycles. In other words, if prices go up, the investment comes in, but it takes some time for that investment to click into place. Or if the prices go down, there's disinvestment, but it takes time. So this is moving a big ship around. So those supply, the supply issues may change at a rate that's much slower than demand and the price signals. So that's the first aspect, is I would still go supply demand. The second thing, which is really interesting, and Mike, I think you and I have talked about this over the years, is that what we know is there are in markets, there are nonlinear components to it, right? In other words, information may start to leak into the market, and people start to think about it, but they're not weighting it very heavily. And then there's almost a flick of a switch. You start to see these fairly sizable moves. So it's not so much that there's anything that's particularly revealed that's new, but there's sort of a nonlinearity in price movements. And we see this, by the way. It's obviously in physical systems, these notion of phase transitions, which we see, the most straightforward one is going from 33 to 32 degrees Fahrenheit in water is a phase transition for the state of going from a liquid to a solid. But we see these also all over the place in social systems as well. So these are, they're popularized with concepts like tipping points and so forth. But these are very powerful phenomena. So when you combine, I think, to me, that story, my uninformed view of it, would be a combination of those two things. One is the basic fundamentals of supply and demand, and how it's really hard to get your arms around lags. And then the second component is sort of the nonlinearity, which does tend to take people by surprise.
Well, you make the connection from your world perspective. You say, look, there's the fundamentals, and then there's the expectation or the price. We have to understand, all of us have to understand that those aren't necessarily going to be aligned at all times.
I love that point, and I just think that if you said to me, what is the single greatest mistake in the investment industry, I would say you just put your finger on it, right? Which is a failure to distinguish between those two things. And the metaphor that's the easiest to grasp is a racetrack, right? Where you go to the racetrack and there are odds on the board, which is pari-mutuel bettors. It's a specification of the expectation of the performance of the horse, and then there's the fundamentals, which is how fast the horse is going to run. And so those two things, and by the way, in those cases, we run the race, so we actually know what the outcome is. And so it's very explicit. But in markets, you're getting the expectations are prices, so you have to basically reverse engineer from the prices what's expected in terms of performance. And what happens, I think, the natural thing, and all of us do this, right? When things are going well, you both because you've done well typically if you're long, and psychologically you want to be part of it, right? And if things are going badly, you want to sell it. And so I think psychologically struggle because the price itself is giving us it's not only giving us information, it's also influencing us. I think that's the key. So the price is influencing us in a way that blurs this fundamentals and expectations distinction. So I would just say the great investors, I think one of the characteristics of all great investors is that they always demarcate fundamentals and expectations, and they're very disciplined about it. And that's a really good lesson to learn, especially when you're young, to think about those two things as separately as you possibly can.
Yeah, of course, and from my world, there's some traders that just say, and I'm not trying to make a value judgment on one strategy or the other, but there's some traders that just say, by gosh, we're so confused by the fundamentals, we're just going to go straight to the expectation and just trade that.
Yeah, and I think that, part of it is, the reason I think it's actually an easier thing to do is because it's a little bit like, rather than guessing the score of a football game, you're just taking over-unders, right? So you don't need to get the details right, you just need to be sort of directionally correct, right? So if expectations are really, really lofty, all you have to say to yourself is, the probability they do much better is not high, the probability they do not as good, not well is high, so I'll buy it, or I'll put the trade on to take advantage of that. And likewise, expectations are low. So that's right, it's more like an over-under. It's like where the bar is set for the high jumper rather than knowing exactly how high the jumper can jump. All you need to know is where the bar is and the probability that person can clear it.
One of the things in the last couple of years, not the only thing by any stretch of the imagination, but you have really taken the mantle with the notion, the discussion, pushing the debate, pushing the conversation forward, the notion of trading profits, luck or skill. So as many times as you've talked about this subject, and I know you've talked about it extensively, I've listened to many of them, is there something, a feedback or a fight that you hear from people? Are there people that hear that analysis and just say, no, Michael? Is there something is there something they miss and they want to fight? Because it's so damn logical and rational. So I want to know who fights you on this, if anybody.
Yeah. It's funny because I think that almost everybody to an individual can recognize it in other fields. So when you talk about some others, a sport, if you're a trader, you talk about sports, they can see it. But it tends to be, they tend to be a little looser when they're coming closer to home. No, I think what happens is for most of us, And there's a very fundamental reason for this. You know, if you perceive that you're in control, so you're a trader and you've got your trading process and you're doing your thing every day, certainly everything about what you're doing suggests that you're skill, right? Because it's your volition, you're doing it, it's your process, you're putting the trades on and so forth. All your feedback is that's skill related. As a consequence, I think most of us, especially if you're successful, you're almost always going to naturally chalk that up to your skill. You know, that your hard work and your effort and your process are what made it happen. The challenge is that this idea that we call the paradox of skill. I should be clear, it's not my idea, but we gave it that name. The paradox of skill says when you think about skill, you have to think about it on two levels. The first is absolute skill, right, which is just how good you are, your tools, an athlete, it would be their athletic performance and so forth. The second way of thinking about skill is relative. I think the basic generalization we can make is, as you look out around the world, that absolute skill has never been higher everywhere you look, right? I mean, athletics, in business, certainly in investments, right? We have access to incredible information and trading systems and computers and so forth, right? But at the same time, relative skill, I think, has also never been narrower, which is to say the difference between the very best and the average is less today than it was a generation or two before. Differential skill is less on average. I'm not saying it's gone away, but it's less. So as a consequence, notwithstanding our absolute levels of skill has never been higher, more is being left to luck. And that's a very difficult thing for people to get their arms around, right? Or their heads wrapped around, I should say. So to me, that's the contrast, which is everything, you and I do our jobs and we're saying, well, we're doing it. It's us, right? And we're working hard and we're focused and we're trying to do the best we can. Everything about that says that it's skill, which is true. The problem is everybody else is doing the same thing. So when you're talking about dealing with markets and prices, that information for the most part gets expressed, and hence more is being left to luck. So it's funny you say that, because I think people can, when you talk about luck in sports, for instance, all investors, they can see it and they can see it, they can understand the quantitative case for it, but it's much harder to do when you are thinking about yourself.
Are there any scientific principles of luck?
Well, it's a fundamentally important question to pose about definitions of luck. And, I won't go into it in any great detail, but, if I threw the word out luck, you often hear people talk about chance or fortune. And all these, of course, they have etymologies. They come from different places and they mean somewhat different things. So the first important thing is to define luck. The definition I settled on for the book was one that came from a philosopher. And he basically said luck exists when there are three conditions in place. One is it operates for an individual organization, right? So it happens to you or your trading book or your favorite sports team or what have you. Second is it can be good or bad. And the suggestion is not that it's symmetrical, but that there is a plus sign possible and a negative sign possible. And the third, and I think the vital one, which is it is reasonable to expect a different outcome could have occurred. In other words, if we rewound the tape of time and we play it again, it's reasonable to expect a different outcome. So when those three things in place, I think you have luck. And then with that little, if that's a valid or reasonable definition, then you start to think about what would you define as luck and what's not in your luck, right? So one of the things I like to say is skill is basically what is in your control, and luck is what is outside of your control. So there are all these great aphorisms about luck. When I tell people, I've done some work on skill and luck, they go, oh yeah, I know all about that. Yeah. Luck is where preparation meets opportunity. Or, the harder I work, the luckier I get, right? And these things pour out of people, and they of course have a very positive message, right? Which is work hard or prepare. And certainly those are messages we want to encourage, and we tell our kids those things, right? But if you accept my definition of luck, or this philosopher's definition of luck, those really aren't luck, right? You can't improve your luck. Those are things in your control, and hence they're going to, in our definition, are going to fall under the category of skill. So that's the way I like to think about it, and I think many traders think about it this way too, which is do everything you can within your power to succeed, and then understand that some days are going to be good and some days are going to be bad as a consequence of luck, things that are outside of your control. If you're an athlete, you focus on your preparation, whether what the weather is or how the referee does things. Those are things that are not in your control. So dwell on what you can control and separate yourself from things that you can't control, and then just move on. And there's this that great John Wooden definition of success, right, which is basically that you've done everything you can within your power. That is success. You've achieved all you can given who you are, and I think that's right. And everything else above and beyond that is what's outside of your control, are things you have to have almost a philosophical bent about them. Just take them as they come.
You mentioned athletes, and I was thinking of a great example. Of course, we can rattle off success stories in the fund management arena that were one big bet, and then there's a coronation that is now the superstar after one big bet. And I think what's really interesting in the most recent NFL game, Green Bay, Seattle, anybody that's watching that game, looking at the highlights, whatnot, easily could have gone the other way. But then once it goes the way of Seattle, instead of us really fixating on how fine a line it was and that luck was clearly involved, then there's the coronation. Well, Seattle's, they're on to the second Super Bowl. It's really interesting how we essentially rise. Once there's a kind of perhaps a lucky victory, we rise the winner of the lucky side up to this new pedestal, when the reality is it was pretty dang narrow.
Well, I think that, it's interesting that some NFL analytics websites have real-time probabilities of winning. As you're watching the game, you can see their real-time probabilities, and the Packers were well over 90%. So that game was, from a statistical point of view, close to being wrapped up. And you're exactly right. So if you do that scenario 100 times, I don't know what it is, 90 or 95% of the time the Packers win. The Seahawks win 5 or 10%. But it introduces, I think, some very, very important concepts that people need to be very aware of, investors and traders in particular. And I would say that the way I would think about it is, they're all related to outcome bias, right? Which is, once you've seen an outcome, so you know the answer, what all of us do naturally, effortlessly, is we create a narrative to explain that outcome, right? And then we file it in our minds. And as we create that narrative, two things tend to happen. It very well describe what you just mentioned with this whole football game. One is called hindsight bias, which we start to believe that we knew what was going to happen with a greater probability than we actually did, right? Oh yeah, I knew all along that the Seahawks were hanging in there, whatever it is. And the second is called creeping determinism, which is we start to believe that what happened was the only thing that could have happened. And it's exactly as you said, these narratives, the former Super Bowl team, the pride of the team, what have you, right? So we almost reshape our narrative to explain the outcome once we know the outcome. And it's actually a very, very dangerous way of thinking. By the way, it's very natural. I should be clear about that. And we all do it. Left to our own devices, we all create these stories. But this idea of outcome bias really clouds our ability to assess the quality of our thinking and the quality of our decision making. By the way, I'll mention even on the Packers game, if you look at sort of statistical approaches to football, the Packers had a couple situations early in the game where they chose to kick field goals versus going for touchdowns. Now, it was not a sure thing that it's 4th and 1 on the 1 yard line, or 4th and goal on the 1 yard. It's not a sure thing you're going to score a touchdown. But it's an expected value, right? So let's say you score 50% of the time. It's 0.5 times 7. It's 3.5 expected points versus kicking a field goal, which is 3 points, whatever it is. And you just think about, they had two of those situations. Had they scored one of those touchdowns, we wouldn't even be having this conversation, right? So even along the way, these guys were making decisions that culminated to that sort of crescendo. Again, we just keep pulling out stories to explain what we've seen. And again, it's not just football; it's anything, sports. And as you point out, the one-trick wonders in investing. My point is, everybody, as I always like to say to people, someone's got every trade on at some point, right? So no matter what happens in the world, someone's going to look good, and others are going to look bad. Pointing to the person that did particularly want a particular situation is, first of all, you might applaud them, give them a little golf clap or something, but only if they can repeat that over time in some systematic fashion do you truly say that they know what they're doing. So this is another thing called the halo effect, which is we find success and then we go backward and say, what were those people doing? That's another very perilous way to think.
I was thinking, or I was mentioning it early in the podcast about guests on my show that perhaps I was inspired to ask via you, Daniel Kahneman, Vernon Smith, Daniel Simons, Laurie Santos, Barry Schwartz, Hersh Sheffrin, Meyer Statman. The list goes on. You're right there with them. So for yourself, many of your peers, all of this great behavioral work, and we can all go on Amazon, and there's fantastic books out there that basically just pick us apart. I mean, I love talking to Laurie Santos. She basically breaks it down to the monkey level, giving monkeys money, and it's kind of been figured out in many ways. Has it made a dent, though? Is it got into the general public consciousness, or are we at? Do you see where I'm going with that? I mean, where
Totally.
where are we in that process of education?
It's a fascinating question and a very fundamental question. And I think that, there's no way, I think it'd be very hard to argue that the general awareness of many of these principles is less today than it was 20 years ago. And so you say Kahneman and Tversky, and let's say where those guys really started to formalize a couple sets of ideas, heuristics and biases, and ultimately prospect theory. So how we deviate from more normative economic theory. Those things have been around now for some time. And I think, if you go to most investors and say, do you understand roughly what overconfidence and framing and so forth? I think most people understand that. The challenge, exactly to your point, is actually weaving this into your day-to-day processes. And I think that the next step of managing and mitigating these kinds of cognitive mistakes is where we need to put our effort today. And I think that so we've actually made, I think, quite little advancement in this. So it becomes some really interesting questions about what to do about that. We wrote a piece last year called Methods to Improve Decisions. And it was an explicit effort to try to introduce a handful of tools that an investor or an investment organization could try to put into place to at least make a dent on this problem. But it's not easy. The other thing to me is what's also interesting is we need to distinguish, and we talked about this a few moments ago. We really need to distinguish between two things, and I think that many people don't make this distinction clear enough. The first is how you and I operate as individuals. So, somebody could put a spotlight on us and follow us around and see how we make decisions. And in doing so, by the way, it's very clear that individuals are suboptimal. They're not making perfect decisions. But the second level of analysis is that of the market itself, which is really the collective of individuals. So as a consequence, we go from psychology to really sociology, how groups interact. And there's another area where I think that it's very difficult for people to make that jump. I'm persuaded that for as long as you and I are on this earth, we're going to continue to see these collective behaviors of, euphoria and despair, and these markets running to extremes. What we know is markets are generally pretty good. And we also know that markets episodically go to extremes. And I'm just not sure there's anything, whether in the literature or in our learning, that suggests that pattern is going to stop anytime soon. The booms and busts have been happening for as long as, from the first time the first market opened up, right? If you're a historian of the market, this has been going on for 400 or 500 years. I'm not sure it's going to stop anytime soon. So but I would just say, if you're a trader or an investment professional, the thing you really want to think about is what can you do in your environment and in your process to help you manage or mitigate the kinds of cognitive mistakes you're likely to make, right? So you have to embed it in your process and embed it in your environment. That's the key. So it's offloaded to some degree. It's whether it's checklists or certain procedures you go through to make sure you've thought about things thoroughly. You need to offload it to your environment and your process to make sure that you're doing the best you can.
Let me dovetail one last question into that response and where I went with that initially. So you've been a professor, you've taught young people. I'm curious your perspective on where we are today in the classroom for those pursuing the MBA, the finance degree. Have the tracks moved? Are younger people getting a different vantage at this since it's thrown at them at a young age? They're not having to learn it all as we've all had to see it come out. Is there a difference in how young people are accepting these subjects?
It's a great question. I think that, certainly the possibility of learning about these things is much greater today than it was a generation or two ago. As you point out, I'm starting my 23rd year at Columbia Business School. And when I first started, there were no behavioral finance courses. And what I would recommend the students do is go take a negotiation course, because that was the one area where you could start to get some of this stuff, some of these ideas were leaking in. Now there are these behavioral courses. But I have a personal anecdote on this that really brought this home to me. One of my son's high schools decided to start a Center for Leadership, which is fantastic. And of course I applauded that. And then they decided, what are the key cores to our curriculum? And so they lay out their cores, and they're all things that were certainly fine and admirable. But what was not included was decision making. So there was no discussion about how leaders should make decisions. So I went to the head of school and I said, first of all, I think this is great and so forth, but I'm not sure that we can, in a serious fashion, talk about leadership without providing these young men and women with the tools to think about decision making. It was almost like a surprise. So I think that you can certainly go through school today as a young person, through high school and through college, and not really get concrete exposure to these concepts on decision making. That is something I would like to see. I know there are a couple initiatives out there. I would like to see that much more explicit. Even things like, understanding the scientific method and how that can inform the quality of your thinking. Understanding, as we've talked about before, heuristics and biases. Understanding how our minds work and how we love to attach causes and effects, and as a consequence, that messes up the way we think about a lot of things. And just get people to think. As you mentioned, one of the first things you talked about is appealing to the outside view, these reference classes, these base rates, versus only our own experiences, our own intuitions, and trying to bring that suite of tools to our people, to our young people. Now, I think that probably junior high school or middle, I guess they call it middle school, is probably a little young for that. But certainly our juniors and seniors in high school, and certainly our college students, are fully capable of understanding all these concepts, and we should be much more explicit in teaching them. So I think we've made progress. That stuff is out there, but there's much more. There's much more that we can do. I try to talk to my own kids about this stuff, and using the kinds of terms that we've been talking about. I think there's not enough of it out there.
I think one of the things that young people should be lucky about is that they can reach out. Some of the names that I rattled off, and I was thinking of one more, Gerd Gigenrenzer. I mean, all of these guys are accessible. They're all out there, and there's they open their mouths, and it's just so much wisdom comes out. So I think that's one of the great opportunities with all this technology for distributing communication. It's just fantastic.
I agree with that. And Gigerenzer is a great example where, people struggle with understanding probabilities. One of his prescriptions is to change everything over to natural numbers, right? So instead of saying 2%, you say 2 out of 100. And 2 out of 100 is a lot easier to understand and visualize because it's much more concrete than 2%. So going from the abstract to the concrete helps people think in their thinking enormously. And so all these tricky probability problems, which can trip up even a statistician, and certainly people like physicians and people who should know better, translate it over to natural numbers, and everybody gets it, right? So it's stuff like that where you say everybody should have those tools in their toolbox, right? Everybody. It's
fun stuff, Michael. I like I said, you've inspired me to go off of these. I want to affectionately call them tangents for the last 15 years. So listen, your books, More Than You Know, The Success Equation, Think Twice. You are on Twitter. You post really cool stuff on Twitter. People should follow you just for that alone so they can take advantage of all the free work that you're doing for them. Where else can we send them in terms of your major URL?
I think that's it, Mike. I mean, I have michaelmobison.com, but I don't post much stuff there. But that's where you can see all these, and there's some chapters from the books and so forth. Yeah, so that's those. You hit all the highlights.
Well, Michael, listen, I appreciate you coming on. Hopefully, we can talk again in the future. Always great,
Mike. My pleasure. Take care.
I'm so damn lucky to have such smart people on this show, and combining them together to lay out these eclectic mega episodes. So damn fun. But as I go out, a quick reminder, go get the newest edition of Trend Following. It's out right now by Wiley, 688 pages, hardcover. You can literally kill someone with this book if you don't want to read it. I mean, if you buy it, you don't want to read it. It's heavy enough to injure. But you know what? I hope no one really injures somebody with it. I would hate to one day turn on the news and they're sitting there with a dead body in the street and there's my book and somebody killed somebody with a damn new edition of Trend Following. That would not make me happy. So please don't kill anybody. Just read it. And I guarantee aha moments every step of the way of Trend Following.
I see a time when those awake will understand how to make money in up, down, and surprise markets. Whether new trader or experienced, college student or financial advisor, protecting against a crash or just trying to make a lot of money, Trend Following offers everyone an answer in uncertain times. To get started immediately, send me an email, michael@covel.com.
I will send you the right trend following steps to take along with my free video. But if you want to buy and hold, trust the government and trust Wall Street, this is absolutely not for you.